most important thing. So we shall be having a very short icebreaker, and I request Ian to kindly project that on our screen. We'll be having a Mentimeter. If you can put it on full screen. So today's event is about protection from sexual exploitation and abuse. And we shall be sitting down with some of our teenagers as well as experts who will be breaking down this conversation for us. And we need to know your expectations from today's event, based on your feedback to guide us on an action plan moving forward. So I kindly request you all, please get your phone. We have our free Wi-Fi here at Jacaranda Hotel. So the username is Jacaranda. Are we there? Username is Jacaranda, J with a capital J. Password is Jacaranda capital J at 60. So please log in, then scan this QR code. Scan this QR code. I hope those at the back are able to capture this. You're not? Oh, the number is 63835369. So please scan the QR code. Then you will get this code that will allow you to log in, which is 63835369. Give me a thumbs up. I am seeing the thumbs up. If you've been able to log in, you will get a couple of questions there. Please respond to those questions. They will guide us in getting the feedback for today's morning session. So the first question is, what are your expectations from today's event? Are we together? Are we okay so far? Sorry? The QR code. Okay, please go back. Has everyone been able to scan the QR code? If you want to come close, actually, I'll give you the room to please move forward so that you're able to scan it. Because we really value your feedback, and it shall guide us in getting an action plan moving forward. So if you've not been able to scan, just kindly move forward so that you're able to scan it. It's the same. Anyone with a challenge? You can move forward and scan the QR code. All right. I want to believe we've all scanned the QR code. Have we? By show of hands, how many have scanned the QR code? All right. The code is 63835369. Are we together up to there? Good. 63835369. Good. Or some are still scanning. You can move forward if you're not able to, or I can help you. Someone can help. Yes, please. Okay, all good now? Not yet. Who's having a challenge? Okay. Again, the code is 63835369. So you will get a question, and the question is, what are your expectations from today's event? So far, we only have one response. I was hoping they're going to be a little bit anonymous, but it's okay. So one says to have fun and learn, which is very important. So we'll be getting more responses as we move forward with the program. So you'll allow me to move to the next session. I hope we've all been able to log in into the QR code, and equally, I'm given our expectations. Good, good. Very impressive, very impressive. Good. All right. So without further ado, allow me to welcome our representatives from World Renew to give us their opening remarks, and I'll call on stage. It's still going on? All right, well and good. Please continue giving us the responses. We shall share all those feedback. The voting is still in progress. I love this technology, getting everything very, very quick. All right, without further ado, allow me to welcome Jacob Opara, who is a resource mobilization manager at World Renew Kenya. A round of applause as he makes his way to the front. Jacob Opara, resource mobilization manager at World Renew Kenya, who've been doing a fantastic job in the space of sexual gender-based violence against children. Thank you very much. Welcome, Jacob.
Thank you so much, our MC, for getting us started. So good morning, everyone. Good morning again. Good morning. Good. So my name is Jacob Opara from World Renew. I'm here to just welcome us today, to thank you for having created time to come. And here on behalf of our Senior Country Director, who is running late, and just to do as a quick introduction to World Renew, some of you who might not have heard about us or do not know us, but also to welcome you here. So I had a few slides. I don't know if just very few, just so that you, as I talk. As a way of introduction, World Renew Kenya is a faith-based international organization that's headquartered in the US and Canada, with operations in different countries, including Kenya. In the region, in the East African region, we are in Uganda and also in Tanzania. And we do the basic humanitarian development work as well as disaster response. I've mentioned that we are, I've mentioned that we are a faith-based organization, so we draw a lot of our inspiration from, just wanted to share with us our mission and vision. So we're compelled by God's deep passion for justice and mercy, as we join communities around the world to renew hope, reconcile lives, and restore creation. In the meeting today that we are engaged here, we'll hear a bit more from Joel and the others who are going to share with us. Has a very huge component of what our mission is. That we seek to protect, to show mercy, justice, and the whole point of safeguarding is very central to our being, so to speak. With regards to our vision, our hope is to create experiences where people experience Christ's compassion and live together in harmony. So these are I wanted to share this briefly with us because they're very instrumental to what we are here to do today, and the experiences we are hoping that the young people amongst our programs and the activities we do, we seek also to support them as they experience the same. I'll go to the next and the next. Just wanted to show us we are a big team. The next one. We are a big team. Well, big is a relative. But so I'll just like to quickly introduce, just by maybe you could stand, staff of World Renew who are here, the Kenyan office, please, so that at least people can see you. Yes, starting with the tall man there. Sky is the limit. Yes, so we are a team of about 23, 24 of Kenyan staff, staff who are hosted here in Kenya, and here are just a few of us. Thank you very much. Could you give them a hand of appreciation? Yep. Thank you very much. We also have staff. There's something we call hosting, where we have, I told you that our organization is global. So we have staff who sit in other countries or who sit in other spaces, but they are based in Kenya. We call them hosted staff. So we are privileged to have, one of such. Thank you very much, Lois. Lois sits in the global office in the fundraising team, but she's hosted here in Kenya. Hand of appreciation for her. Thank you very much. And then we also privileged today to have also colleagues from the region who have joined us. And we have colleagues from Uganda. Caro. Thank you very much. And we also have a colleague from Tanzania who's joined us. Karibu sana. We also have our regional team leader. She will have a chance to say hello to us at some point. She's with us in this meeting today. So having said that, I'd like to welcome Joel to do just a quick contextual overview of why we are here and how that relates to the work we do as World Renew. Joel is also from the region. You didn't say you, yeah, he's our regional coordinator on safeguarding. Karibu sana.
I was already standing, so I couldn't stand further. Thank you very much for coming. The conversation around the protection or prevention of sexual abuse and harassment for young people is part of our commitment as a CHS or co-humanitarian standard certification. And this conversation started because we were trying to develop a referral pathway for children or teens who are sexually harassed. And we realized that the abusers or the culprits or whatever we call them mostly are adults. And the same adults receive the complaints. The same adults mediate the complaints. And the same adults either met out justice. And that conflict was becoming a bottleneck for young people to speak. And so in looking at the event today, we are basically inviting you to help us dig a bit deeper, dive a bit deeper to look at how do we build agency among our young people to speak up, to develop peer networks that can advocate for their rights. If we adults are not doing it well, then can we empower them to do it their own way, in their own platform, and if we are a stumbling block, they can bypass us to make sure their voices are heard. So from here, we are looking forward to having a deeper conversation on how do we create space for the voices of young people in their own way, in their own words. Secondly, most of the materials that we develop as adults, and then we entrust to the teacher or the facilitator to make it kid-friendly. And sometimes because of our cultural bias, because of our religious orientation, because of our space in society, that influences how that message is packaged. Some words are hidden, some are not said the way they should be, and that is part of what we will be looking at. And finally, we are saying that the statistics are not good in terms of the safety of young people in this country. Can we change that? So thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Joel. At the beginning, we mentioned that we want to get feedback from you. And I requested you to log in into your QR code, a couple of responses. So we have around 3 other questions that we are kindly requesting you to please respond to. And the second one is, in one word, what comes to mind when you think of teenage safeguarding? We have around 22 responses. I think we can get to 30. So kindly, if you could respond to that as well. In one word, what comes to mind when you think of teenage safeguarding? All right. So far, so good? Okay. Next question. I hope you shall be giving me more points. Which of these, it's loading as it's loading, which of these areas best describes your area of work? So we have NGO development sector, we have education, we have faith-based organization like what A World Renew is focusing on, we have government and policy, we have media and communication, and we have youth representative. So if you feel you're aligned in this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 areas, please give your response to that. Please note, youth is from 18 to 35. Kindly note. So if you're in the NGO or development sector space, please input your feedback. If you're in the education space like Eva, please input that classification. If you're FBO, please put that. Government or policy, media and communication like Akili Kids, please input that. If you're a youth between 18 to 35, please input that. Is that the last question? Good. I think I'm going to ask someone here. One question. Who? Here. Which area of sector do you belong to?
Education.
education. So I'm going to be asking you a couple of questions regarding, prevention and sexual communication for teenagers, okay? All right. I'll be coming to your desk because I have a couple of gifts that I'll be giving all of you. All of you. You'll be coming out with a gift this morning. So without further ado, allow me to welcome the CEO of Akili Kids, Jeff Sean, who is going to give us his opening remarks. Please give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. And thank you very much. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Thank you, Ruth. Good morning, everyone. Very warm welcome to all our guests, and particularly the young guests, the teenagers at this table, who we'll be hearing from a little later this morning. I also want to thank the team from World Renew that made this possible, and also the team from Akili Kids, Akili TV. If you can all stand, some of you are standing. We have our own tall person, just so you know, Eddie over here. And I guess we have some people still working the desk outside, but I couldn't be more proud of the group of people that I work with every day. I'm Jeff Sean, co-founder and CEO of Akili Network, and it was on March 31, 2020, that we launched the first free-to-air children's 24/7 countrywide channel in Kenya. And that was 3 weeks after all the children in Kenya were sent home because of COVID. So we didn't plan COVID, but we certainly were greatly appreciated by children and parents when magically on their TV there was a free channel that had good educational entertainment. We do a program for all ages of children. And in the evening, we now, starting about 3 months ago, have been programming for the family with children in the household, so that there's something that the parents can enjoy just as much as the children. To build the audience, we and our programming team thought about, well, who is at home, at what time, in terms of just what's the right programming. So if kids are in school, we know Saturday morning is going to be when they're going to watch a little bit more. So we program our day based on whether it is a weekend, a weekday, whether kids are in school or out of school, and what's the time of day. So in the if kids are in school and it's a weekday between 8 and 1, it's programming for the very young children 4 and under. And when we looked at programming the channel, we had 3 things that we were looking for. One was we wanted to make sure that everything had some kind of learning outcome, some educational component that would benefit the viewers. We also knew that if it wasn't entertaining, children wouldn't watch it. I know here we have a fan of Team Umizoomi, which is a show that's promoting math. So learning, entertaining, and then we relied on our Kenyan programming team, not me, to make the call of whether they thought a program would resonate well in Kenya. Today, 80% of our programs are in English, 15% are in Kiswahili, and 5% are in Kenyan Sign Language. And I will say that the programs in Kenyan Sign Language have done really, really well, which was a surprise to me how our head of programming identified that there was a really underserved population, and she really called it in terms of how important that is. And children who aren't deaf are really enjoying it and learn Kenyan Sign Language. Also, over the last 5 years, we're 5 years old now, we've been able to increase the percentage of the programs that have been produced in Africa. So now about 50% of all the programs on the channel have been produced in Africa. Now, as a TV channel, we really want to know how many people are watching, and as the first children and family channel, it was really important for us to be able to measure viewership of children. No one, and this is still true today, is on a regular basis measuring the viewership of children. So we had to figure out a methodology of doing that, and we worked with a research organization called Geopol to come up with a methodology that would allow us to measure whether a 2-year-old is watching. You can't SMS the 2-year-old and ask, what did you watch in the last 4 hours? But you can ask the parent of that 2-year-old. So about 4 months after we were on the air, we got our first measure of viewership of the channel. Oh my gosh, 2 million children every week were watching the channel, and 1 million parents of those children. And by the way, we were not a wealthy channel. We couldn't spend a lot of money on marketing. So what was happening was people just discovered us. They're at home. What is there to watch? Oh, that looks fun. And I will say, I'm reminded by Sammy from UNICEF, the Communication Authority of Kenya, which regulates media houses, mandates that you have a complaint procedure. So if you don't like what's on the air, there is a way for you to complain. And so all the media houses or channels have the SMS code for how you can communicate to the channel if you have a complaint. So what was our #1 complaint that we were getting about 3 or 4 months on the air? I've lost control of the remote. Ha, ha, ha. I mean, seriously, that was our #1 complaint. So we're really serving children well in a time of need when they couldn't go to school. Today, we're reaching over 8 million children and 5 million parents of those children every week. And we do reach other adults, but what we've been focused on is families that have children at home. We also know from some impact reports that we've done, and this was a couple of years ago, but that our programming is absolutely having a positive impact on the well-being and the academic achievements of children. So it's not one show, but depending on how old you are, what it is that's resonating with you, we're having results. And I just want to give you a short feel for, just a 1.5-minute video that will give you some feel for what's on the channel and how we program it.
We are on our way to learn and to grow. We are Akili kids, yeah, we shine and we can dance from the head to the toes. We can move together, we shall groove with the flow.
Tuna dream big with my family. Tuna dream big, me not believe nita achieve all of my dreams.
The head to the toe, the shoulders, knees and toes. The head to the toes, yeah, we shine and we are.
So we built an audience, and we're a platform for doing that. And so, if you think about TV, it is a very persuasive medium. It creates ways that you think about how do I want to become. It can inspire, and it can certainly shape and change behavior. So we were really delighted to have the opportunity to work with World Renew. And it came about, I was speaking to Joel on a different matter, and I was just sort of giving him a little bit of background about Akili TV and what we do and how many people we reach, and he went, we need to talk. We need to meet. So he came to our office, met with our head of programming, Sato, and I, and he explained that, what he basically just introduced here, that they were having issues with how could they more effectively prevent sexual exploitation and abuse. So it was from that initial conversation that we pulled together a team at Akili to come up with, how do we want to tackle that issue. And I want to give full credit and introduce my colleague, creative director Kevin Obilo, to tell you how we approached it. And also the most sharply dressed person on our team, Kevin.
Thank you, Jeff. Hello, everyone. How are you feeling today? Fantastic. It's lovely to see all these beautiful faces, and I'm happy that we are bound to learn from what we're going to look at today. And before we start, just as what Jeff has said, working with World Renew and then them coming to us and letting us know, we would like to tackle this big topic, prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse. And when you're presented with such a question, you start to ask yourself, so what are we going to do with that? And with all these complex topics within it, what's the best way to approach it? That way we make better sense out of it, and that way we create value for anyone who's watching. So with that, I'd like to say, I love my parents. I know maybe this might look like it has nothing to do with this, but I'm so happy with the different values that our parents got to share with us. And if you've grown in an African household, you understand the values that parents instill in us, even as kids. Because as we grow up, there's certain values around respecting those who are older than us, respecting those who are higher than us, that they instill with us, that we carry all through our lives. And we really appreciate that. But as time has changed, you're seeing things have changed. So there's more skills that we need to have, and there's more we can do when it comes to also supporting parents in their wonderful work of helping us know what to do and how to do it. And this comes in when we are going to talk about prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse. How would a parent approach such a topic? Have they been approaching it? Yes, they need support and help. So what can we do about it? And this is what Akili TV is doing while trying to imagine how do we break down such a topic in simple ways that we can get everyone who's watching at home, from the kids to the parents, to quickly grasp the message and still be able to take action with whatever we're presenting it to them. Now, the first thing that we had to do which is the process of how we operate at Akili. We always like to understand the goal. We always like to understand the goal. What are we doing and why are we doing it? Because at the end of every execution, we always try to make sure we've met our objectives and we've made impact when it comes to behavior change. Yeah? You can go next. Now, as I was talking about the values that the parents have instilled in us, one key thing that has happened, even with our generation from back in the day, we learned to respect our parents so much. We learned to respect those who are older than us so much. And in some ways, with different people, it affected them differently, because now you're beginning to question, if I question an authority, am I disrespecting them? If I ask something or if I say no, is that right? Because I am taught culturally to respect my parents, to respect my elders. But even as I'm talking about with time changing, we want to get into a season where we are empowering young kids to, yes, respect, but also get to question and get to understand. So with whatever program we are trying to put together right now, we are trying to encourage critical thinking, where we get kids to understand, respect, but also get to question and get to see, let's understand what's happening and let's see how best we can support each other in getting whatever we need done. So definitely, as we were trying to research and figure out the best way to approach this, we felt like we need to start from the root cause. And the root cause being supporting parents even as they help kids grow, even while kids grow at home before they even get to the teenagers. What are the first few things that we need to instill in them to make sure they know how to be confident in their decision making, and they know what to do whenever they need to make these key decisions in life. Now, when it came to us, It wasn't just about creating nice content, something fun that you can see on TV, or it's a box that is checked. It was about creating content that is impactful. It was about creating content that creates behavior change, makes people at home want to watch and also be able to take action from whatever they are watching. Now, which is basically what we are going to see with the videos that we are going to look at. We are trying to see, can we be able to inspire critical thinking? Can we create safe spaces? Can we help kids understand and start to question different things that come before them? That way they're able to make decisions that are able to help them as they move through life. And that led to our big idea. We asked ourselves, what if we encourage kids to ask this question? Is it normal? Or in Kiswahili, hii ni kawaida? As simple as that. Because with everything that is presented unto them, if we get a child to just ask, is this okay? Is this normal? Has this, or because also with what we've learned with the different experiences that we had, we learned that there are things that might happen, but we don't have a clear answer whether this is right or whether this is wrong. So we are hoping that the program that we are putting together is able to help answer this. And while trying to develop the project further, we were also able to go on ground and work with a team in Nyeri, Laikipia, and Meru. This is the World Renew community. So we validated the idea that we had to try and understand, with what we are trying to solve, is it simple enough or are we missing the mark? And they were able to give us quick answers and help us understand, here's the true thing that you should be looking at, and here's how you should be looking at it, which would lead to the first video that we will be looking at even as we go. And even as we go to that video, I think one thing I'd also like to appreciate is the wonderful team, because we have the teens that were also part of the study who helped us understand this specific topic and how to approach it, and also the team that helped us produce this wonderful episode. I'd like Ian to now begin to project the video.
Hi bwana, with such a case I'd immediately run to the village chief.
He, mi nitakimbia.
Ama mabari kidogo ziweze pita hapa.
Hata Karatina njoo. He, kumbe si jokes. Unajua, mtu akiwa home, especially time ya holiday, utatumwa na pia lazima usaidiane, si kukaa tu. So nikachukua tu vitabu tenye dada alikuwa amenirequest nimpeleke shule yao. Nikipanda mlima nikapatana na Joji. Akaofa kunisaidia kubeba bag. Ilikuwa na vitabu ndani. Time ya kurudi tukikaribia home, akaofa kunipeleka lunch kwao. Nikamwambia haiwezekani kwa sababu niko na kazi mob home. Akataka kuniingiza kwao cha lazima. Nikamkataza, lakini wapi. Wacha ni scream. Makazins wangu na majirani wengine ndo walikuja kunisaidia. Kwa historia Lea alikataa kuingia kwa wenyewe. So I think ni kukataa kuingia kwa wenyewe tu fwa.
Ni space yangu. Na kwa hii space yangu naweza laona nani yako ndani na anafanya nini.
Communicating and explaining my preferences to anyone who walks into my life. Ni emotional limits and physical barriers.
Ni kama venye boma iko na fence. Hiyo fence inasaidia kumark territory yangu. Hiyo ndio boundary. By being very clear about what I'm okay with and openly coming out when someone is not treating me right.
Naweza sema, mimi nitakimbia ama ni stream kama Lea.
Na communicate openly and clearly kuhusu situation yangu.
By saying no with power.
I create a boundary by stating it firmly and making sure that people know I mean it.
Unafaa kujua the things you're comfortable with. Kina mom, dad, uncle na my friends.
My family, close friends. Hawako tu sawa.
Ayakula. Lakini naweza kubali tu family friends.
No. No one. Not even that Joji. People now trust like my uncle, my sis, my dad.
Hai bwana, with such a case I'd immediately run to the village chief.
Nitaenda kwa best friend wangu ama wazazi wangu.
Itabidi mbaya nimedili nayo. Mimi tu nitajinyamazia. Ndio mimi msembigi hivi naweza zikosa kujitetea, unaona?
I talk to my big sister.
I'd warn them and then go to the village chief.
Nitamhepa tu na akiinsist nitamreport kwa wazazi wangu ama kwa an adult.
Mimi nitadili kimwanaume, tena nijinyamazia.
Mimi nitascream, nilie, nikugware, yote hata karate na njoo.
Tutaletana juu. Mimi nitakupea maneno. Ama mabari kidogo zezepita hapo.
Mimi nitakimbia. Wewe, I will just run away kama Lea. Mimi itabidi majirani waniokoe. Hi, my name is Lea, and you just heard my story of how my boundary was broken. If something or someone makes you feel uncomfortable, first, say no. Second, walk away. And lastly, if they persist, tell your trusted friend, parent, or guardian. You can also call this toll-free number on the screen or SMS the word ongea to 20264.
Was it relatable? Was it? And we're going to have a very open conversation right now with all of you. How many are parents to teenagers here? By show of hands. Even you, Anne, you don't look like one. How many? Please raise your hand because I'll be asking you a couple of questions here. All right. Your name, please. Do we have another microphone? Hold it for you.
David.
David. How old is your teenager?
17.
17. So do they come to you and tell you, no, Dad, someone crossed my boundaries? Do you have those kind of discussions at home?
Rare.
You rarely. That's a very honest feedback. And I'd like to know why you rarely have those conversations. How many have those conversations? Parents to a teenager here? All right. Your name, please?
Elizabeth Kamau.
What kind of conversations do you have with your teenager?
It varies.
Okay,
my firstborn is 20 years old. She's in first year.
All right.
Campus.
Okay.
So we have different types of conversation because there's a time she'll tell me that she's been approached by opposite sex and she's not comfortable.
Okay.
Someone is just pushing.
All right.
And want to have a relationship. And she's uncomfortable.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes she just keep quiet.
So what do you tell her when someone comes and she tells you, Mom, someone crossed my boundary?
I would like to understand how she takes it first.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So this is going to be a very open discussion on how we relate with our teenagers. Because a majority of them, their boundaries have been crossed. True or false? True or false? So I'd like to know as parents, how do you have that conversation with your teenager? Someone raised their hand in this table. Do you have a parent here to a teen? Okay. Please let me know your name and how you have those conversations with your teenager. You can stand.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faith Njeri Waweru, Director ADS CR Central Rift. So this discussion, we had it actually yesterday with my 14-year-old teenager. Recently, they visited their shosho. And I don't know if it was a boundary that was crossed. Because akienda tu kuketi, shosho anamtuma ampatilie remote. Na iko karibu na yeye. So, okay, si ati iko karibu, but a distance that shosho can reach the remote.
Yes.
So anampatia. Akiketi chini, shosho anakumbuka anahitaji maji moto. Anamtuma tena. Ndo niletee maji. So he was asking, how many times should shosho send me?
All right.
And
typical Gen Z,
yes.
Right?
And if the remote is close,
yes.
Should I really pick it? I mean,
okay.
That kind of conversation.
That's really interesting because in our day, we could never question our parents or our grandparents. So I think it's a good thing that these teenagers know their boundaries, know when you're trespassing them, but I think we also need to draw a thin line between respect for the elderly and when to communicate to them, right? I think they are a bit overexposed, in my opinion. Do we have a parent here to attend? A contrary opinion? Okay, a contrary. Your name, please?
My name is Pseah Ogari, a Gen Z, not a parent. But I want to say the reason as to why most of the teens don't open up to you parents, me included, I don't open up to my parents that easily.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
Okay.
The reason is most of our parents are reactive. When I try to open up to a parent, instead of listening and don't judge, they react. So, kwa nini umefanya hivyo instead of wacha nimsikie, let me go cool down, then I'll come to talk to him or her after ametulia. Our kids, we open up, ndio wazazi watusikie, juu huko nje hakuna mtu anatusikia. So niki open up kwa mzazi, na expect ati ako na solution ya kila kitu hiyo time. Pia yeye anafaa kuenda akae chini angalie, did my kid did the right thing? If no, ataenda, I have his or own moment peke yake. By the time anakuja na decision, atakuwa ameamua, this is what I'm going to do. But most of our parents are reactive. They give you the solution, kama it's disciplining you, it's right there, and everything is changing. So that is my own perspective of why kids are not opening up to parents.
So they're the typical of we listen and we judge.
Yes.
All right. Anyone of a contrary opinion? One who does not judge a parent? Oh, this is really interesting.
Hi, it's not like we don't judge. Okay, I'm a parent of ex-teenagers. Okay. My oldest is 33, and then 32, then 20. So right now, 4 of them have passed that teenagehood.
Okay.
And there's one who's a preteen.
All right.
So what I can say is that this conversation does not start when they become teenagers. It's a conversation that starts when they're very young, when they're still children. So that when you come to this discussion, we already have a foundation, we already have an understanding, and it's not like or it's taboo. So there's already a foundation that has been set. Before now, when they're teenagers, we start talking to them, okay, ni boundary gani, unafanya nini, unaenda wapi? It's something that starts right from the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting perspective to look at. Let me have one more feedback from a parent. Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Mine is not a feedback per se, but a question.
A question.
Yes.
Okay.
What will you make of a teen who keeps on coming with a comment like, when I grow up, I want to marry this kind of a person, this kind of a person.
Okay.
At say around 15 to 18 years.
Yes.
What will you make of that?
Are you able to just give a context to it? What did that teenager say?
Okay, it's like they are dreaming of a marriage life.
Ah.
Yeah.
Or now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now.
Okay.
Instead of maybe thinking of school or something. So you keep on asking yourself, what's in their minds?
All right. And when they ask you, what do you tell them?
Now, that one is reserved.
All right, we'll be having a panel discussion and we shall be addressing all those concerns. Anyone else whom I may have, all right, here, this table, do we have anyone? Okay, thank you. Please, your name?
My name is Lois.
You can stand up kindly.
I have 2 teenagers, and I think, like she said earlier, you begin when they're young. So conversations begin from there. And when you have relationships with them, coming from school, as they come in, even before they talk or say anything, you can tell if something has gone off.
Yeah.
So having that relationship with them so that you can tell when the mood has changed, when they're not talking about something, so that you're able to fish it out. And like the Gen Z said there, when we cross the boundary,
as a parent.
by judging or reacting, I personally have learned to say sorry. Because I'm not perfect. I've never been a mother before. So when I do it, because Yes, it happens. Something happens, it shocks you,
Yeah.
you react,
Yeah.
and then when you come to your senses, you realize that you misbehaved.
Yes.
If I would put it that way. So apologizing allows your child to have trust again, to come back and share whatever it is they want to share.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting. Let me take one final remark here before we move to the second video.
Morning, my name is Lily Francis Omkoko. I work with World Renew. Just to add on what has been said, just to share, as Lois says that we are not perfect. I am not perfect.
You have a teenager in the house?
I have a teenager,
How old?
19.
Okay.
I have 19 and 21.
Okay.
Yeah. So I used to evaluate myself. And I'm one of those who are like, at times I didn't put on shock absorbers. Yeah.
Yes.
And I remember there's a time when my kid, before she was 19, actually before she was a teenager in primary,
Yeah.
I could see her, I could see a boy looking at her and admiring her. And I think she sensed they grow so fast nowadays. And I could see, we were going to church actually. And my daughter was like, you know, like she's aware that she's being admired.
Yes.
And for me, inside, I'm like, hey, this is too early, you know. So when we reached home, I asked her, hey, I saw, did you see that boy? He was admiring you. And I was like, mommy, yes, I saw, but you know. But now, with time, what I learned is to have an evaluation for myself. So what we do oftenly, maybe twice in a year or so, especially during holiday times. So we have an evaluation, and we ask each other what went well, you know, what did mommy do that did not please you? What did I do that you are happy about? What went well during this year? And that way they open up. There's this time, mommy, when I told you this and you responded this way. So I ask her, how would you want me to respond? And at times, you know, you don't just say how, but you also want to understand more to open up so that they can speak openly. And that has really helped, and even for them to correct. Mommy, nowadays, she tells me, the 19-year-old, mommy, no, you are not supposed to say that. This is not, no, you should say this, this, and that. And I say, yeah, it's okay. So I think being flexible, listening more, and not thinking that we are right just because we are parents really helps.
Right.
And it has really helped me and them.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to her. I have gathered three main things. First of all, as parents, they are human beings. They are still learning, right? So let's extend some grace to them. At the same time, let's learn to apologize when something has gone wrong. Because I think at times, I'm not a parent yet, but when I was a teenager, you know, that aspect of we listen and we judge, I experienced that, you know, like, you should have done this, your neighbors, and the peer pressure that comes with it, and the comparisons. Your age sets have done this, you've not yet done this. So we shall be expounding more on those discussions. Oh, sorry, we shall be expounding more on those discussions. First of all, how should we treat our teenagers, you know? How should we express ourselves as parents to teenagers? One parent talked about they rarely have those conversations. Why? Do they fear you? You know, there's an element of fear. True or false? You know, you fear that if I say something, there are going to be strict repercussions to it. So we shall be delving more in the next panel. But first of all, you have a second video that we need to watch. You can play that. And we equally be getting feedback from our audience. But thank you very much for opening up and sharing your candid feedback. So we can get the second video. All right? Could we switch off the light, please?
I don't know you. Why you I don't know you. Why?
Change direction.
Mimi nitatoka mbio, just sijui amebeba silaha gani, inaweza kuwa kisu, mbao, anything that can harm me.
If you're going to be followed by this stranger, you should change up your schedule. If you're going home at 4:30 today, tomorrow don't go home at 4:30. This will put off this person.
Hiyo mimi na block.
It's a no-brainer. You just have to block and report this person.
Yeah, because there usually so many. Kama kuna kitu mimi napenda, social media. I'm on Instagram, I'm on TikTok, I'm on X, Facebook just a little bit. Now let me tell you. One time, I'm scrolling on my Instagram, and then I get someone I don't know. He's texting me every single day, without fail. I blocked him, I've reported his page, I've done the necessary.
If someone is disturbing you on your phone, block and report.
Extra classes.
You must make sure that you've told your peers so that you may know this predator who is amongst you. What do you feel?
I mean, hata nge-report kwa teacher ama principal mimi.
I'll make sure I've let everyone know. Kila mtu anajua what you are. You.
Nilikuwa nimetoka shughuli za mamtao. So mimi nimeingia nganya. Madam fulani kakam kaketi kando yangu. Umekuwa ukienda gym? Wewe si ni handsome. Mimi naanza kushangaa madhani ambia nini. Mimi kwenda kulipa. Usikia ni alipia fare. Mimi nikamshobana iwezi. Mimi na feel uncomfortable.
Mimi na feel ni kama naweza kubali tu alipe, alafu nimpatie namba ya exhauster. Namba ya ofisi.
Akikupatia, umpatie namba, alafu akupigia hapo on the spot.
Itabidi umekuwa creative hapo.
Honestly, you shouldn't entertain that. Kila mtu akona kwao, kaa kwenu.
Mimi naona ku-confront, like, head on. Unataka nini? Unashinda ukikuja kwetu. Sikona kwako.
Tunamflexia kiasi.
This is blood. When you're making suggestive comments, what kind of portraying to other people? That's just weird.
But also inaweza raise like self-esteem issue to the other relative mwenye hajaambiwa hivi.
There is no catch to this, eh? So if they're free.
But what if in a scenario there's a catch? We anaweza kupeleka kwa bush. Report. Actually kutolerate gifts.
Boda mganeza pemse free gifts. Aya watu kwa stingy mbaya.
If someone is like really close to me, like people that I trust, so that's fine, but I don't know you, why are you touching me? Because I'm not touching you. Right?
You need to establish boundaries. Hata kama ni mtu mmezoeana, it gets to a point that you really have to express yourself and say, this is too much. Lazima uko na consent, si kuja tu kunishika tu venye unajisikia.
Are any of these stories normal or familiar? If something or someone makes you feel uncomfortable, first, say no. Second, walk away. And lastly, if they persist, tell your trusted friend, parent, or guardian. You can also call this toll-free number on the screen or SMS the word ongea to 20264.
How many parents here, their kids have phones and they're on social media? All of you? All of you? Was it by like you are coerced that your child has to have a phone and a social media presence? How many of you have kids who are on TikTok? By show of hands. Your child is on TikTok. Can you use this? Is your child on TikTok?
Yes. I think she's on Instagram and TikTok. She says Facebook is not for her age.
Do you monitor her social media presence?
She's 21, so once in a while, I'm following her.
You're following her?
Yeah, and she's following me too.
She also follows you? Yeah. Okay, all right. I want a parent to a teen who's on TikTok especially and does those dance challenges. How many? Or you don't monitor your children's online presence? You're good parents then. Eva.
Mine are on, they're on all social medias, but because they're also entrepreneurs. But we do, I follow them because then we support them. But I don't know about the dance. Maybe they have, they also have different accounts. So they have more than one account. So I am in the business one. So I don't know about the dance channel. So we just don't know. Yeah.
I'm curious to know if you normally check your children's online presence on TikTok or whatever form of social media.
Okay, hi, my name is Sheila. So I have ex-teenagers. My youngest is 23. I follow the accounts that I know. Yes. Because for sure, I know their other accounts. I'm told about them. Yeah, so you can only do so much. I think like her, you start early, start with the software, so that whatever it is they're doing out there, you hope it is the right thing because you have instilled it in them from when they were young. Yeah, when they were younger, yeah. Mm.
Hello, my name is Joanna. I work with Life Skills Promoters. So I'm going to speak from the point of view of Gen Z. So I'm going to give a short story. Some years back when I was in first year, I posted something on my WhatsApp status. And apparently I had not blocked my parents. So so they saw it, they called me, and they were like, why are you posting this? Please don't post. Most people are following you. It's not right. I was like, this is too much. I felt they were so insecure. And I'm like, it's just a photo. It's not that serious. And after that, my brother called me, and he was like, Mama's told me you're posting. And he told me, please block them. Block them, because now this is too much. Yes, because I'm not doing anything wrong, and you're making me feel like I'm doing something wrong. So just to avoid the confrontations and all this, the best thing is what? Kula block. So I blocked them, and every time I was in GB, WhatsApp GB. So it's WhatsApp GB, sijui ni kufungwa ama ni nini, whatever happened. So now this other was, so the first thing I did, block. Why? Because I am just expressing myself. It's not that serious for you to take it above and beyond and all this and all that. So yes. And then I think from the first thing is me growing up, my parents instilled fear in me. So it was not easy for me to approach my dad or mom with such a topic around sexuality or anything. So I would get them from counseling schools in schools, or like guidance and counseling in schools and those platforms. Yeah, I think that one would be TMI.
Okay. So TMI is too much information, okay? So first of all, I have gathered two things. Half of you, maybe you're actually blocked by your own children on accessing their social media platforms. I don't know how you feel about that. We shall be exploring more on that. And there's a whole element of fear, that our children are fearful. They're not able to express themselves, and they're not able to express what they're going through on a day-to-day basis. Truth be told, we are living in very different times, A lot of social media pressure to look good. There was a question about body shaming, right? So in this period, a majority of them are going through so many changes in their body, as both men and women. So I'd like to know from a parent, if any of your child has approached you telling you, Mom or Dad, I don't like 1, 2, 3 about myself. And I'd like to know how you responded to that. Anyone would like to share? Thank you. Your name, please?
Okay. Is it morning yet? Good morning. I'm Jacqueline. I work with World Renew vis-a-vis ADS in Mount Kenya West with the Children Department. I'm happy to be here. I'm brown, and my son is really dark. So when he was young and growing up, one day he came and told me, one of my uncles used to make fun and say, "I uyu si wako." And that really hit him hard. And one day he came and told me, Mom, ilikuwaje mimi nikakuwa black na wewe ni brown? So I had to explain to him and make sure that he looks at his dad, the dad is dark and all that. But those small comments that sometimes we make, even as adults to our children, they really mess them up. And so I had to make sure that he sees the beauty in him so that at least he will understand. He won't get to a point where he will start saying that wale watu wako weupe ndio wasupu. So that was one thing. Then on the issue of the issue that you're talking about on social media, I have a daughter who is now she is 23, and when she went into WhatsApp and all that, and she started commenting, then the grandmothers got so sasa wewe hizi ni picha gani huyu mtoto anapost? And this is what she told me, Mom, trust what you taught me. I'm mature enough, and we've talked, and I think you need to trust me and trust what you've inspired in me, and what the discipline that you've instilled in me is working. So as a parent, be confident that whatever you talk, hata kama unaongea tu ikipita wanasikianga. That was, she is encouraged, and that what makes me feel safe. That ile kitu nilikuwa nasema wakiwa wadogo, it's still in them, and they always remind me. Even my son is now 18, and then I have another one who is 13, and they always remind me, Mom, don't you trust what you tell us? So it is important to know that they hear, even if they are not answering, they hear and trust in them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to comment, especially on how your children look, their image? Anyone would like to? Okay, thank you.
So this one is, my son had started adding weight. It is not that he told me, I just observed. When he added weight, so watoto wengine watamwambia kanono and all that. And so nika observe, immediately amekula, he starts doing press-ups. Immediately. And so I asked him, what are you doing? Ati mom, nataka nikonde. But he's just, amemaliza tu chakula. So nikamwambia, who told you you're fat? Akaniambia nashinda nikiambiwa nimenona, hata ninakimbia, mimi ndio last. And I really had to work hard and mwambia you're okay. And vile tu uko sawa. And try to just encourage him and tell him he's okay. Of course, I may lose a bit of weight, but I'm now doing press-ups immediately after amekula.
Anyone else would like to talk about, especially on image? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dana from ADS Mount Kenya. My teenage son came home, actually, I think last year, and told me, for those who watch football, there's this guy called Vinicius Jr. He has some, I would say maybe he's the teeth. And he was telling me, everyone is like, and he loves football too. So he was saying that guys are, his classmates are comparing him with that footballer. And I think he was, you know, that, but maybe I should say, like my sister said, I think when I was growing up, I had this fear because we never talked with my parents about anything. Like maybe we thank God for our home science teachers and all that, because even like menstrual health and everything, nothing from our parents, and they never talked or even told us what to do. It was they had left it to the teachers and maybe our Sunday school teachers to talk about it. But I think when I became a mother, I decided to be an intentional parent. Like I will start asking them questions when they are young. You ask them how are you doing, how maybe even how they relate with their house helps and all that, so that when there's change or something, they will come back to you. And I think from there they got that courage, and like we can talk anything with my son. And so this time he comes like feeling down that he had been, and the way I know he loves football, and I think that day he told me, I was just like, when they told me I looked like this guy, I was down, and I didn't even play like I do, because I was feeling bad. And I remember encouraging him, and we sought a dentist opinion, and he said we can start maybe with the braces and all that. And I think when he came to know that there is a solution to that, he's feeling happy. And even if they compare him today with that guy, he's okay, because he knows there is some solution. But one thing I would say is, even him coming to me and also maybe observing and telling me how the day was bad because of that. And so when you start talking with them, even when they are young, they will not be afraid to tell you anything about their lives.
Okay,
yes.
All right. Thank you for that. So our next session, we shall be having 2 teenagers who will be sharing with us their perspectives around teenagehood, around sexual exploitation, and we shall be having equally 2 experts. So we have 4 teenagers, but we shall be engaging 2 at one set and another 2 in the other set. So allow me to welcome on stage Victoria Wangui. Please come on stage. A round of applause to Victoria. Victoria is 13 years old, and she's a pupil in Laikipia County. You can just stand there. Allow me to equally welcome Peter Ronnie Njoroge. And he told me it is Peter, a separate name, and Ronnie, a separate name. Yes, very clear. And he is 13 years old. A round of applause. We now go to the parents. We have Eva Nyoike. Eva Nyoike handles children with special needs, and she runs Econ Institute. I hope I got that correct. And we have James Kimila from UNICEF Kenya. Sorry, James Kimila is a coordinator of Child Participation and Safeguarding Amnesty International Kenya. A round of applause. So I will kindly request that we just move the chairs slightly to the front. Just come with your seat, kindly. Because it's going to be really a very open conversation together with our audience, just to get to hear your perspectives as a teenager, as a parent, as a specialist around issues on prevention against sexual exploitation. Okay. All right, it's okay, but I'll see what. All right. Peter Ronnie, how are you feeling this morning? I don't know if your mic is on, or if you can use mine in the meantime. You even know how to handle a microphone. Why? You can use this. And just give me a short story about yourself.
Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity that you have given me here. I'm glad that you have all gathered here. What is the goal that what goal do we have for all of us to meet here? Who can share with us? It's just a question. Yes.
What was your question?
What is the goal that have made us all that have made all of us to gather here?
All right. Have you all heard him? Why are you here? In short, why are you here? Why are you here? You can just stand up and just please give your feedback to Ronnie. Before I please, the gentleman in the black jacket, why are you here? Say your name and give us your answer. Why are you here? And please project your voice.
Robert.
Yes.
I'm here to share my thoughts, understand what other
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So
continue with the next question, Peter.
So I'll tell you something about myself. For me, I am a student in Ngenia. Who knows Ngenia Primary School? Yes, it's in like Kipia. Thank you. It's in like. Yes, I'm a grade 9. I'm the senior in this. Yeah. I'm the senior. Yani, I mean, I am we are the seniors of the school, grade 9. Yes. So, as for me, I like a lot of things about myself. First, I'll start by mentioning my talent. My talent, I like football a lot. Yes.
Which position do you play?
Me, I play either midfield or defense.
Or defense?
Yeah.
And do you have an international football team that you admire or that you support?
Yeah.
Which one?
For the EPL, English Premier League teams, I support Manchester City.
And they're in which number what on the league?
Now. Actually, we are not that. We have these days we are performing poorly, but I think yes, we are
I love
performing.
your honesty and how you are so loyal to them even as they're not performing well. It is still fine.
We are not performing well, but I still support that team.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think your position, is it 5? because I know the top 5.
Okay.
Because that's where we lie on. Okay, for the position 1, it's Liverpool. Position 2, Arsenal. Position 3, Chelsea. Nottingham Forest. Oh yeah.
All right.
Position 4, then it's Chelsea.
Okay.
Then I think we come in position 5, but I still support that team.
Okay. All right. Position 5 is Newcastle. A round of applause to Peter Ronin Jorogen. Let me get to hear from Our Lady Victoria. Please introduce yourself. Tell us
Hi,
in which
everybody.
grade.
My name is Victoria Wangoi. I'm from Laikipia. I study in a school named Bingwa Comprehensive School, and I'm proud of my school because we perform well, and I really love dancing. And that's my hobby. I just love dancing and cooking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So you can cook for us a meal.
Yeah.
Which is your favorite dish?
I can just cook for you chicken, yeah.
And what's your favorite meal?
I like rice and beef stew.
And beef stew. Some greens?
Yeah, it's good.
Ah, good. All right, our gentleman, please introduce yourself kindly.
I do not support Manchester City. I'm sorry. I support Chelsea.
Yes.
And, for some time we're not doing very well. This season is different, so don't worry, Pete. Your time is coming. My name is James Kimila. I work with Amnesty International Kenya. I coordinate child participation in child safeguarding. I am delighted to be here today. And I have a lot of questions. So seated here, I hope I can offer some responses, but I will also have lots of questions for all of us.
Okay.
I am not a parent to a teenager. I am an uncle to a post-teenager, 2 teenagers, several pre-teenagers, and I am a father of a 7-year-old and a 3-year-old. My son turns 7 tomorrow.
Happy.
So I have a lot to learn from the parents of the teenagers. So yeah,
You're getting there.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm Eva Nabutuni Nyoike. I feel like I'm the oldest person in this room.
How old are you?
I'm 60.
Ooh.
So yeah.
Is she older than you?
Yeah.
Oh, how old are you?
Oh, wow.
72.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
nice.
good.
Very good. So I'm a mother to 5 children. Yeah, because I believe in the Bible. It tells us to go forth and multiply. So that's exactly what I have done. So I have 4, my older children. I have a 33-year-old son, 32-year-old daughter, 28 daughter, 24 daughter, and the last one for picking slippers. You know, the ones that pick slippers for you?
Yeah.
The one that we keep sending. Go and bring water and it's right next to you.
Yeah.
The one said, bring the remote is right next to you. So that one, she's called Malaika, and she's 11 years old. She'll be 12 years old this year. So I'm happy to be here because I've now gone through the teenage, and now I'm looking forward to the preteen. And I'm also a founder and director of Acon Special Tutorials. It's an organization that works with children who are neurodiverse, children with intellectual disabilities, autism, Down syndrome, and everything. So as we are sitting here and I'm watching the videos, I'm just thinking about that group of children also. How are we addressing them? And what can we do actually to reach out to them? Because they're also a very vulnerable group, and not much has been put towards efforts to reach out to them. Yeah, so I'm really happy to be here. I'll answer questions to do with parent. I'm not the, I mean, it's not like a know-it-all.
Yes.
And also to do with children with disabilities.
All right.
Yeah.
You'll allow me to kindly project my voice. I hope you can all hear me off the mic. Good. Let's start off from the children with special needs. And a majority of them are vulnerable because some are not able to express themselves, and people take advantage of those children. I recognize you're a parent to a child with a special need, so perhaps you can just tell us in your journey of, first of all, parenting, in the parenting journey, and as a specialist in that field, how do you navigate such a situation?
Thank you. So I actually have 2 children with special needs. My third born has ADHD.
Okay.
She's,
What does ADHD stand
I
for?
call her the mother of attention deficit hyperactive disorder.
Okay.
You know, those ones who can't sit still and, you know, very creative children, but really are always constantly in trouble.
Okay.
So they're children who have issues with also their social skills. So when it comes to being vulnerable and issues of abuse, they're very vulnerable to in that regard. And then our little one, Malaika, has Down syndrome. So for her, knowing that we need, and of course, I've said she's a girl, we need to protect her, because being a child with special needs and not being able to really articulate and communicate what is going on, you have to really start from the beginning and let her know, empower her with skills, and empower her with knowledge of things like we call the right touch, the bad touch, what to do when people do that. We do that through songs. We have taught her songs where no one is allowed to touch her. So if somebody comes near her and they touch her, we have told her what to do. So as I said earlier, you start from the very beginning and empower the children with, first of all, the security and the comfort and the trust that they can come and talk to you. So for Malaika, for example, we've taught her a song, and I think it's a song that is taught in most schools. These are my private parts, so touching, and no one should touch them. And I'll just give you a story. One time we went to the doctors and she needed to have an enema. So you can imagine when they're trying to put this enema in her bum, and she's like, private part. This is my private part. Yeah, no one is supposed to touch my private part. So we start from the beginning, from very early, just talking about issues of being self-aware and all that. Yeah. So as a specialist in the area of special needs and disabilities, how do you talk to a child who cannot communicate with you about sexuality? You see, how do you now begin to talk to show them what is the right touch, what is the bad touch? And we also have to remember that these are first children, they're first human beings who grow up with all the physiological, emotional, social needs and desires like everybody else has. So they want to be loved. They want to be seen. They want to be touched. So if you don't find a way of talking to them about it, they will find that person who will look at them, or that person who will touch them and tell and make them feel, because they will feel the same sensations that you have, they will also have it. You know, so if somebody comes and tells you, you're so beautiful, of course, and the person will say, and I want to do X, Y, Z. Allow me to touch here and there, or touch me here and here. You see, because they're being seen, they're being heard, they're being tricked, they're told, I will give you something, yeah? Others are threatened. They're told, if you say, I'm going to hurt your mother, I'll hurt your father, you know. So there is a lot of stuff that goes on there. Okay. So a lot of ways of going about it. And I'm happy Akili is here. We use a lot of social stories. Yes. We use visuals. We do role plays. Yes. So a lot of demonstrations. So that's the way we work with children who are neurodiverse when we're talking to them about sexuality and abuse. Right. Yeah.
Charity begins at home, literally, and at times, as parents, we have left that duty to the parents, to the teachers, and to social workers, to church. So when these children receive attention from other places, then we come and start blaming them. You know, James, you handle many safeguarding for children. Perhaps you can just, as you pass over the mic to him, how should we safeguard our children against such ills?
Thank you. Just listening to the initial conversations that we began after watching the videos, most of us do agree that the child has to be at the center of safeguarding, but not just safeguarding alone, but has to be at the center of all the measures that will be created to ensure their safety. For a long time, when we were doing programming for child participation towards safeguarding, we would have conversations with children and ask them, do you feel like your voice matters? Do you feel like you get listened to? And most of them would say, no, I feel like I'm not visible to the adults. Then we would go ahead and have a conversation with parents, and we'd ask them, you know, how do you engage children? Do you speak to children? Do you listen to children about things that matter to them? And parents say, yeah, of course, we do listen to children. And we began asking ourselves, but where is the disparity? And recently we did something interesting, and this was in Kisumu. So we worked with one of the teachers to invite specific parents of specific children. So we had a focus group discussion with the children separately. Then we came and had a focus group discussion with the parents of those children. Yes. And we wanted to find out where the gap in participation and the voice comes in. And we realized that, of course, as our gentleman at the corner with a TikTok t-shirt said, the 26-year-old Gen Z, remind me your name, sir? Pseah, said, influence and the space that we have conversations with children does influence their ability to actively and proactively communicate. Yes. Article 12 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of a Child envisions that every child that has the capacity to form an opinion has a voice, and their voice must be listened to. Okay. And not necessarily a child who can speak, not necessarily a child who can articulate that opinion, but then it gives the onus on the adult to create opportunities for this child who can create an opinion to communicate. So whether it's verbally or non-verbally, or through other forms that probably have not been discovered to date. So as we put the child at the center of programming for safeguarding,
Yes.
how do we ensure that their voice matters? And that can only happen if we create a safe space for that voice
to be heard.
To matter, for that voice to be there in the first place.
Right.
But then on the other side of the room, we have the audience. How do we empower the audience to have the right level of influence and to utilize what is communicated by the child to make a difference in the lives of this child?
Okay, you raised two very important pointers, visibility and engagement. We have two of our teenagers here, Peter Ronnie and Victoria. And he was very keen to tell me, my name is Peter Ronnie, not Peter Ronnie, Peter Ronnie. So already I can tell he's very articulate in how he even communicates. So Peter, allow me to bring into this conversation. Do you feel your voice is heard at home? Do you feel your parents understand what you tell them about what you're going through on a day-to-day basis? Maybe you can just get the mic and just share with us your raw experiences, and we shall try to sieve them.
So my parents are very understanding. That's what I would say.
Yes.
Yes. When I share, let's say I have any problem, and then I share to them.
Yes.
They are not, just like you said, they listen and they judge. I share the problem to them, and then we try to find a solution.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And do you normally get a solution at the end of the day?
Yeah, we might get a solution.
And you follow that solution?
Yeah.
Okay. Victoria, is that the same case? Do you normally share your personal problems or what you've gone through with your parents, and how do they react to that?
So my parents are understanding, and when I tell them I have a problem, they'll have to know the root of the problem. They'll just gather up information until they go to the root of the problem and then find a solution. And yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
In the first video, we're talking about boundaries, defining our boundaries, both as parents and as children. And we saw that one of the participants, someone was crossing their boundaries. So I want to just hear from you, your understanding about boundaries. Victoria, what do you understand about boundary? When someone says, do not cross this boundary, what does that mean?
For me, a boundary is like, it's kama venye.
You can put the mic close to your mouth.
Okay. Ni kama fence. Venye fence huwa home kwenu mko na fence. Ina keep watu wenye wanakuja wasiingie. Unless waingie kwa mlango hivi. They wanabisha alafu wanaingia. So it's like hiyo ni yenye, it's a shield yenye inakuprotect, na yani ni kama mpaka yenye umeweka venye watu wafai kupita hapo.
Yeah. That's a very good analogy. It's a fence.
Yeah.
So you don't cross that fence. But there are certain homes that do not have those fences, and people take advantage and they cross over those fences. How do you handle such a case? What unaweza waambia nini? Wewe unavuka hii fence, unamwambia nini?
Mi nitamwambia haya, we nitamadvise like a friend or like a peer. Ukiset boundary yako, ni set boundary yangu, they will never collide. So mi nitamwambia tu, nitampea like steps, afanye set boundary yake na mi yangu, tukirespectiana we'll live okay.
It's all about respect.
Yeah.
Good. Peter Ronnie?
Yes. To me, a boundary ni kama mpaka. You can, you cannot come.
Wezi vuka.
Unavuka aji.
Unavuka aje.
A boundary is like a space. I don't know if I would. You can mention it as personal space. Yani, you cannot come just to me and then you do something that will unikose aji sasa. If you have your own boundaries and I have mine, hakuna siku tutai nini ati kufurugana hivi. There's no day you are going to collide. So me understand by boundary is the limits or the personal space that you have.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there a certain time someone ever crossed your boundary or tried to cross a boundary?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes, many times, but the way I do to those people, you know, there are many.
Yes.
So the way I do to them, when a person just comes and let's say cross my boundary, the first thing I do, it's just saying no. If they insist, if they insist, I walk away from them or run away from them. The third, if they try to penetrate, I report them.
Okay. Who do
Maybe
you report to?
I report to a trusted adult.
Okay.
Trusted one. Yes.
Well done, well done. I am glad you understand your boundaries. And Eva, these are, I would say, they understand their limits, they understand you should not cross this certain line. However, there are some children, especially who have been instilled fear, that they don't know that perhaps you're crossing this boundary. How then do you handle such a situation?
Who was it that was talking about trust? When we were growing up,
yes,
we were taught to trust, listen, and obey your parents and your and adults.
Yes.
And yes, indeed, you get to a point where these two are empowered. Yeah, but we have millions of children out there who are not empowered because we are still ingrained in that aspect of trusting the adults. What do you do? Yeah? What do you do in a situation like that? I think it's create social stories because you can't just go and say mtu akifanya hivi unafanya hivi. You create social stories. You take along young people, get them to talk. Let's have living testimonies that will be testaments that will be able to go and talk to their fellow children. Let's listen. Let's see what is the media. What are they showing us? What is Akili showing us, for example, when it comes to talking about crossing boundaries in all their educational videos? What are they showing about crossing educational boundaries? What are the teachers talking to the children about? Yeah, because a very important thing is to now demystify that authority.
Yes.
Unfortunately, yeah, is to demystify the fact that this person is always right, and bring in the aspect of asking questions. Is it normal? The same way they were asking here. Is it normal? Yeah? And that is what we are telling our children today. You need to find out, because parenting, when I was parenting my 33-year-old, I thank God that they all came more or less the same time.
Yeah.
But do you know, parenting my 24-year-old is different from how I'm parenting I parented my 33-year-old, because things are different. Understanding, expectations, because you can't tell her. I would tell my son, because mommy said so. I can't tell my daughter, Moara, mommy said so. She wants to know. She's a Gen Z. Why? What can we do about this and everything? So empowering them in whatever way we can find, which can be through school, it can be through Sunday school, it can be through the places of worship, it can be through even just the what we call media, because media is very strong, yeah? But can we have social stories? Can we have living testimonies? Can we have real children, real people talking about crossing boundaries?
There's a parent who sat right at the back next to the Gen Z, and he asked a very important question, very critical question, He says the teenager at home, perhaps what we will call misplaced priorities. According to him, he feels it's a misplaced priority when the child is asking about getting a partner. And at this point, the teenager feels, for me, this is a priority, I need to get a partner. How would you address that question? And it's a very critical question, by the way.
And it's very important.
Yes.
I remember when my son was about 16 years old, he knew he was I am a Maasai, so he knew he was going to get married to a Maasai woman or an Ethiopian.
Okay.
And he was fixated on that. Of course, I was excited. Yeah. But The fact that he's able to talk about it, I think is important. Let us not discourage that discussion, because right now, a lot of parents are crying that their children are not talking to them about it. When we say, okay, that is displaced, it is actually a part of development. The child is growing. You know, they never stop growing.
Yes.
We all go through different developmental stages of growth. So right now, that is the developmental stage that that particular child is at. Let's not ignore. We can have a discussion, because there's more to that discussion than a specific wife. We are looking at virtues, we are looking at qualities. And in order for you to get married, what else do you need? You need to go to school, you need to finish school, you need to have work. So it is a broader discussion, other than telling your son, focus on education. Let's open it and broaden it up and create that rapport, so that even when the hot wife is found, we can discuss, is this the qualities you wanted, really? You know, you have that space. But if you close it up now, and he brings, your son brings a woman home, and you're looking at that woman and you're thinking, oh my goodness, this is not what I want in our family. Too late, because you are not present to bring up that discussion and say, okay, this is what is good. Maybe you can think about this. What happens if, you know? And yeah, it's an open discussion. Remember, it is a developmental stage. Let us embrace it. Let us explore it. And it's safe and it's okay.
Our dear dad, do you feel you have been answered? Totally. So what shall you do this evening when you go home? Please just stand. Because you're coming up with solutions to this problem. So please, let's engage. Please just stand and remind me your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes, just project your voice.
My name is James Munga. I serve
Uh-huh.
How I've been handling it is that I've really tried to engage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
But for now, I need to secure this so that when that time comes, you'll be fully prepared.
All right, thank you. He's taking the lessons very well. All right, James, he's talked about learning to say no. You know, for some of us who grew up that sometimes no is not an answer. You know, it's yes, 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 yes. But now we're having a very empowered generation who learn to say no. Maybe you can just tell us the power in learning to say no to certain things.
All right, before I respond to that question, just to add one thing more for my namesake, James. I think you have a great opportunity to have a conversation around sexuality with your child. Many parents always struggle with, where do I begin the conversation? But now, your child has asked you or talked about marriage. That's a window. It's an opportunity for you to begin that conversation if you haven't already, and to further that conversation if you are already having the conversation. So don't let it go to waste. Utilize it for the development of the child. When a child is born, for people that have been in the delivery room, when does the celebration happen? Is it, I hear it's when the first cry comes out, when the child screams, right?
Yes.
Because they say, oh yeah, oh, he's alive, oh, she's alive, oh, we have a child. Then now from there they can say, oh, it's a boy or it's a girl. But that voice is very important. Because I believe, you know, the first personal expression that we make when we get or land here is to voice out, to speak, and whether they cry out of excitement or they cry out of sheaf and shah, they cry, and you know it brings celebration. And over time, that voice is either empowered or that voice is either, you know, taught to shed within either double-ruled books or squared books. We train our children that you can only speak in these spaces and you cannot speak in these spaces. And culture and religion are very good at either shaping that voice, either delimiting it or empowering that voice. But this is the voice that, well managed and nurtured, will be important when a child will require to say no. And saying no, at the prospect of sexual violence, but then also saying no at the prospect of or possibility of physical violence or any other form of violence. And that voice a child cannot acquire it at teenagehood. It has to be nurtured from that first moment as they continue. My son is excited about his birthday tomorrow. And he's the one who woke me up. I'm glad he did, because probably I would have been late for the meeting. But, he came to the bedroom and he's asking questions. Daddy, am I getting a cake tomorrow? What gift did you say you're giving me? Then, I want a cake with Roblox. No, last year I had a cake with, all this. But you said you're going to repair my bike. But Daddy, why are you not having your coffee? But Daddy, then the sister is there also shouting, Mommy, Daddy. And it can get frustrating for the parent, for sure. I mean, if you're preparing to go to work.
Yes.
But the moment you shut them up with one of their questions, it becomes harder and incrementally harder for them to use that voice going forward.
Yes.
And as parents and as people working with children, we must find, the courage to continue answering those questions, whether we think they are dumb, whether they are frustrating, whether they are repetitive.
Yes.
Because if we do not respond to those questions, then we curtail the child's ability to use that voice. And at a time when the voice will be the only thing that will save them, they will have lost it 5, 10, years ago.
All right. Allow us to watch just a couple of videos. I think we can move. And there's one parent who mentioned that they rarely have those conversations. He's seated there. We shall be addressing that and how we shall go about that. So allow us to watch these clips. Then we can. Are we good to go? The video? Or can switch off the light?
Najiangalia kwa mirror na feel confident. Najua my sister and my best friend walini encourage to speak up more often na kujiaminia. So I feel nice. Hi, my name is Annette. I'm 16 years old and today I have a story to share with you. So there's this day I went to unhang the clothes from the line because it was about to rain and I couldn't get them rained on again. So when I left, I had shut the door, but when I came back, the door was wide open. So in my head, I'm worried because I don't know if anything's been stolen. I don't know if it's safe to even go inside. But when I went inside, I find our neighbor's son seated on the couch. Amekaa ameinua tumiko hivi. So I asked him what he wanted and he was like, we're relaxed, because at times when my brother is around, he'd come to our place and just chill around. I was okay with it. I was used to it. But now no one was home. It was just me. So I just left him do his business. But now after some time, he comes to me and he was watching some dirty videos. He comes to me and he's like, I want us to try this. I said no, but he still insisted. So I had to scream. I screamed so loud that the neighbors they came to help me. So after some time, my parents came back home. So we went to the chief. My parents, the chief, his parents were also there. So looking at it now, I realize how much of a scary situation that will be, because for me, I'm not someone who's used to just showing up to people's places, so I'd expect the same thing to be reciprocated. But for him, he just showed up to a place unannounced, and at the same time, I was just home alone. It was all so scary. So after some time, things toned down a bit, but going back to school, now it was a talk. It was a talk of the town. And people kept talking about it. Everyone had their own version of the story. But looking at it right now, I realize that it's actually very important for you to speak up when you know something is going wrong. And you should actually believe in yourself if you feel like things aren't, whatever is happening around you, if it's not going the way you're used to, you should speak up. If something or someone makes you feel uncomfortable, first, say no. Second, walk away. And lastly, if they persist, tell your trusted friend, parent, or guardian. You can also call this toll-free number on the screen or SMS the word ongea to 20264.
Another second video, then we shall do a reaction to those videos after the second one.
Nikijiangalia kwa kioo siku hizi, I feel confident. I see a smart, courageous young man with a bright future. The courage that I had to stand up against what I considered not right. Mimi naitwa Ronin. I am 17 years old na I have a story to share with you. Unaona mimi, nataka nikuwe grand architect, nijenge hizo nyumba mrefu zenye miwana Nairobi. Lakini nilikuwa na fail exams za chemistry nikiwa high school. Sasa usiku moja nikiwa preps, nikifanya revision ya mock zilikuwa zinakuja. Nikasikia announcement ikifanywa ati mwalimu wa chemistry ananitafuta, Mr. Okoth. Nikashangaa nimekosea ama. So nikaenda staff room. Nikampata ameketi kwa desk yake ana mark vitabu. Akaniuliza, mbona ufail chemistry kila saa? Mimi sikumjibu juu, mimi utry but chemistry iko inaingia. So alinipea offer. Akaniambia anataka kunipatia extra classes ati ndio nipite mock exams. Mimi nilifurahi nikasema sawa. But he started asking for something in return. Alinishika mkono, akaniambia venye mimi ni handsome, vile he's interested, and vile tunaweza kuwa great friends if I can keep a secret. Si nilishtuka. Nikashangaa saa hizi ni gani? Nikamwambia, I am not interested. Na tangu hiyo day, nimeishi kufail chemistry exams. Hata exams zikuwe rahisi aje. Hiyo experience ilifanya ni feel awkward, ilifanya ni feel powerless, because yeye ni mwalimu wangu and I'm just but a student. I am really grateful for my parents. They noticed when things were wrong, and that's how they intervened.
If something or someone makes you feel uncomfortable, first, say no. Second, walk away. And lastly, if they persist, tell your trusted friend, parent, or guardian. You can also call this toll-free number on the screen or SMS the word ongea to 20264.
Speak up. And the second one was about how to react when you feel powerless. You know, I'll come to you, Eva, especially on the first part of learning to speak up. You know, there are consequences of not speaking up. And one of them is either It might lead to teenage pregnancy, as what the lady said. She walked into the room and someone was touching her. But she knew what that person was doing was not right. But the cases whereby people don't know if what they are doing is right or wrong. So what are the consequences of not speaking up to such a situation?
Okay, I'm going to respond by giving you a short story. There was a little, she was probably 11 or 12, who came in for an assessment. She was nonverbal. And when she came in for her assessment, she was brought by her father and her mother and her brothers. And we do outreach programs. So this was somewhere in Kajiado. And when she came in, she was really, you could see her movement, very nervous. She was agitated, she was rocking, and there was a lot going on. So I asked the parents and everybody to just leave us with my colleagues who are there, female colleagues. But there was also something else. She had a really nasty smell. She was stinking. So when they left, we tried to communicate. I like the way you said, you try to communicate with the child in whatever form, because they may be not verbal, but they can probably understand gestures, or you can put some things like whatever toys that they can indicate something was going on. So at one point she decided she needed to go to the toilet, and my colleague, who is an occupational therapist, accompanied her to the toilet. And what my colleague saw was very frightening. So thank God, close by there was a dispensary. So she went to the dispensary. When we took her to the dispensary, this child had been severely molested sexually, sodomized, and there was wounds and everything. So what happened in that case? And this is the real question. She could not, according to her, according to the parents, they did not know what had happened. Okay? So we took the child away from the family with permission, and we stayed with her for some time. And we took her through counseling. We got her first to feel secure and comfortable. So we actually loved her unconditionally. Whatever happened, and she just became part of the whole environment, and she slowly started opening up. And one day, she told us who had been abusing her. And this is what is so scary. The people who abuse our teenagers and our children, whether they are special or have special needs or not, are people closest to them. It's their relatives, their brothers, even their fathers. This child was constantly abused by her father and her brothers. And what was the reasoning behind it? After now we got everything done. The father said, she has no other use. There's nothing else she will be able to do ever in her life. She won't work, she can't do anything, she can't. So that was her use, her purpose in the house. What happens when they cannot communicate, or when they cannot be identified? They end up being slaves, sexual slaves. Others end up having children out of incest. And our communities, what do we do with children out of incest?
We lock them.
They're actually abandoned. They're thrown away. So we need to be so intentional when you're talking about sexual abuse, so that we can now empower our children to be able to say no. Now it's easy for them to say no. As we are sitting here, it's easy for them to say, I will say no. But when an uncle comes to you and starts telling you all kinds of things, yeah? When an uncle, somebody you have trusted, yeah, somebody you love, your mommy's brother, when they come and start talking to you, you get confused. They don't know what to do. And of course, that comes with a lot of threats. Yeah? So empowering our teenagers today, and I love what is happening, telling them, is it normal? Is it normal for uncle to come and touch me like this? Is it normal? Is it normal for somebody to come and say, I'll give you a sweet? Yeah? I think bottom line is to empower all children, yeah? Whether they are neurodiverse, the important thing is to empower. And then empower the community. Let the community know, let's go back and tell people this is wrong. We've lost our Ubuntu spirit. You know, our Ubuntu spirit that we all belong together. We've lost that. So it is so important now, even to talk about it in the community. In community, we don't talk about sexual issues, do we?
No.
We don't. We are ashamed to talk about sexual issues. Yeah? So let's demystify sexuality. It's part of, it's part of us. It's part of who we are. Today we are here because our parents had sex. Let's demystify sexuality. Make it, it's part of growth and development. It's part of us being human beings. And I think that would be the beginning of just demystifying it, so that even within the community, you see the way she said when they went to school, everybody was talking about it. Yes? In schools, that the teachers, people with authority, are using their power right now, yeah, to actually engage our children in sexual activities. You saw the statistics of standard 8 girls is very high, and they're pregnant. How do they get pregnant and they're not Mother Mary? You see, it is not immaculate. How do they get pregnant? Somebody did it, and a lot of times it's the teachers. So let us just demystify sexuality. Let's talk about sex. Yeah, let's talk about it. It's not, because you'll say sex and everybody will be like this.
Yes.
It's not. Let's demystify it. It's like eating and drinking and doing whatever, but let's demystify sex so that it does not become a taboo to talk about it, because children will be scared to talk about it. Yeah.
We have 2 teenagers here with us. We have John Givuku, and we equally have Miriam Wanjiku. And I'm going to give them an opportunity, since we're in the topic about sexual education. And as you mentioned, it feels like a taboo. Where do I start this conversation? How do I even just start to describe it in not a vulgar way, in an educative manner? So I'd like to ask John, can just come here. As he comes, maybe he's going to tell us, first of all, if he has ever had that conversation and who he had it with. Was it at school or with the parents? And please, let's give a round of applause to John. It takes a lot of courage to come here. So just introduce yourself.
Hey, my name is John Githuku. I am 14 years old and I'm glad to be here.
Right. So John, we heard from Evan, she was talking about sex education. Has that education been handed over? Do you know what is sex education in the first place?
Yeah.
All right. Who taught you about sex education?
Firstly, I study in St. Moses Primary School, and I am a grade 9 learner. In St. Moses, the education in which we started learning about sex, it was in grade 6, in which in school there was some cases of a boy who was going in the toilets, picking at girls when they were undressing and doing all the stuff. It was a long time ago, 844 boy.
844 system, okay.
Yeah. And then the teachers noted that, and they went to the boy and first questioned him and also disciplined him. And then we were informed of the case, and we were told to take precautions, and that's when we started learning about sex abuse and sex exploitation, and how to engage with such cases when we face them. Yeah.
do you feel, so then your first encounter with this education was at school?
Yeah.
And at home?
At home, no.
Okay, do you feel it's important to have that conversation at home?
According to me,
Mm.
I feel uncomfortable when I have that conversation with my parents
Uh-huh.
because sometimes they might over-exaggerate the problem and they might start asking other questions like, why did you not tell us this long ago? Why did you not do these? Questions in which seem like what you have told them, it is unnecessary and it is a very bad thing you have told
Have you
them.
ever attempted?
No.
All right, would you like to attempt?
Yeah.
Oh, he talks about, he feels if he was going to discuss this with his parents, it's going to be a very uncomfortable conversation. Why so?
The discomfort comes because we have put sex in a compartment that it's dirty, that sex is not a good thing, and if you start talking, even if you say the word sex, it means you are having sex. Because where did you get that word from? You know, so parents are like, oh, you've gone to school to learn or to have sex, yeah? So sex has been put in a very untidy, unnecessary compartment. And that's why I'm saying demystify it. So it will be easier for you to go and say, you know, there was this child and they did this and this, and I'm sad that this child who was peeping was punished. And I know the punishment must have been, what was the punishment? Was he smacked? Was he beaten? Yeah, he was beaten. So you can imagine now, because of that, what impact it will have on that particular child. Because again, it's a developmental stage. He's experimenting, he's curious. Honestly, I think all the boys who are here must have peeped somewhere at somebody at some point, you know? But it is a natural stage of life. So it's good that the school realized about that. But what is very important for schools and even for us parents is not just to talk about the action of sex, is why do we have sex? To understand the value and why it's a precious gift that we've been given to have sex. I think once we understand what sex is and what it does for us as human beings, we will value it and we will demystify it and we will respect it, yeah? And we will stop acting like it's a taboo. But let our children understand what is sex? Why do we have sex? The good values of sex, yeah? And bring it up. Let's nurture them. For now, I can talk about the word through the Bible and the word of God, because once you understand it that way, it becomes a part of our existence. But once we look at sex as an evil thing that you're doing and it's bad and it's sinful and everything, and that way we can now direct our children to the right ways of handling what sex is.
Right.
Yeah?
Okay. As I hand over the mic to James, I'd like you to address about sexual exploitation. Even as we are educating our children about sex education, in another lens, others are exploiting it for their own gain. Perhaps you could address that and how then we can curb such issues of sexual exploitation.
Thank you. And just watching that last video and listening to the story that you just shared, I think my stomach turned. And I began asking, where is this Mr. Okoth? And the obligation, the state has an obligation to ensure the safety of every child. The state has an obligation to ensure that every child is protected from sexual exploitation. And empowering children must never be used to move the obligation from the state and the duty bearers to the child. It's not the child's obligation to keep themselves safe. It's a second layer of safety, and we must put it in place, but the first layer must be with the obligation of the state. And I'm back again to Mr. Oko.
Yes.
Because we can empower one child and they can say no, but there will always be another child who cannot say no. And unless we strengthen our justice system to ensure that there is accountability on the part of the perpetrator, we strengthen both communal and institutional reporting mechanisms, and we create an accountability within the reporting channel. That young man could have reported to a peer. You know, the VAC report, Violence Against Children report, said that, you know, mostly children report to their peers because they feel more confident to report to their peers. And as a result of our work in empowering children, probably they will report to a peer, and that peer will report to a duty bearer, probably within the school. That would be maybe the guidance and counseling or the class teacher or the principal. But because of the power imbalance, there's no way of this child following up and making sure that the GNC teacher has escalated the matter as it's required by the law. And if it's escalated to the principal, there's also no mechanism to ensure that the principal also escalates to the sub-county director of education, or, you know, the next layer of accountability, reported to Teacher Service Commission for the interdiction of this teacher, but then also preferring of charges against this perpetrator. You know, it has to be an interconnected channel of accountability that creates a web that protects children. We must not leave it at empowering the children, because it will never be, it has always have, the buck must always stop with the duty bearer. And for us at Amnesty, we use our voice to leverage our voice to call out the government and, you know, demand for accountability. But we can also, you know, all do that whenever a case like that happens. We must, of course, pursue justice on the line of the survivor, but we must also pursue justice on the line of the perpetrator. One perpetrator off the street is probably 100 children safer for our country and for the world.
All right, thank you.
But then also the deterrence that comes with that. So, I'm sorry, I don't know if I answered your question adequately, because the entire time I was thinking about Mr. Okoth and how many other Mr. Okoths in schools and communities and in churches and in police stations and, you know, are out there that are, you know, praying against our children. And just thinking that we cannot leave it at empowering children and not think about
the duty bearer. Right.
Yes.
Right. As we're bringing this to a close, it's a very, very heavy topic, and you can just sense the emotion even in the room. And we're going to have another session on that. But perhaps as we wrap it up, and I'll take a final remark from, we also have Marianne, who's going to also come and share with us something very short. Sometimes you may go and report a case, especially as a child, but no one is going to believe you. You know, we have entrusted our guardians that they're the ones who protect us, but sometimes they turn from protectors to predators. So then what happens when a child's voice is not heard by the authorities? How do we go about it? You know, like in this case, when the child was not able to express that this and this was happening to me, then in that case, who then do we entrust that knowledge to? Or how are they able then to share this to the authorities when they're not feeling trusted? As a final remark.
I think I'll go back to my previous remark that it cannot be just one chain, because if it's only one chain and that chain is broken, then justice will never be served. But then if a child reports and nothing happens, it means that they will never report again.
Okay. All right.
And they will talk to their peers, they will talk to their friends, and their friends also will never report because they'll be like, if you report things like that, nobody listens to you. Others will even be accused that, but you are also, you wanted,
Yes.
you were party to it, you agreed, you encouraged, you dressed in this manner or this manner, you went to the staff room late. But there will always power imbalance, and the children will always be at the bottom of the barrel when power relations, when we are analyzing power relations. So they are invisible, but then they are also powerless.
Okay.
So it's upon us to ensure that in every setting, there are multiple strands or channels or chains of reporting, so that all these channels create accountability. I am one person who believes in people power and the power of the people to hold the state accountable. And if we can be able to create channels, like for instance, if we have a club, or someone talked about peer education promoters, so we have peer educators within an institution. If a child reports to one, and probably, then if there's a network that can help advance and hold the administration to account, and that could be either from within the school, it could be the board of management, it could be a committee within the school that looks at sexual exploitation on children. It could be a committee within the community that brings together different stakeholders that can be able to also hold
the institutions
institution in power to account.
All right.
Yes.
Allow me to get final remarks also from our teens in the room, including Miriam. You could just come here to the front and just tell us, first of all, what needs to be done and how should we go about it? You can take the microphone, Victoria. What needs to be done in this whole issue around sexual exploitation? What needs to be done and how should we go about it? Okay, Peter, Ronnie.
I think the people in authority,
yes,
should first. The people in authority should believe what they are told by the people who are sexually exploited. They should, people can, the people in authority can just stay like this and they say you are telling lies.
Yes.
So I think the first thing, you should take it serious and know if it's real or wrong.
Okay, all right. Victoria, you have something else to add? Yes.
And then what I understand from sex, in CRE we learn that marriage is for procreation.
Okay.
So we need to understand that sex should be between married people.
Have you heard of that? Sex should be between married people, okay?
Because when you get married, in the first account of creation, it said that marriage is for procreation. In the second account is for companionship. Yes, it is for companionship, but when you get married, yes, sex is between married people. So the married people should procreate.
Should engage in that business, not for the non-married people. And when you're of age.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Victoria.
For me, I think the people the people on authority should build the trust between them and the citizens. Because when you have trust, even if nikikuja nikwambie that huyu alinifanyia na we have built that trust, you'll definitely know utataka kutafuta solution to get to my problem. So the first thing, I think they should build trust. The second thing, respect. Respect other people's opinions and respect people. Akikwambia alifanywa hivi, usiende kusema she or she amekutrust ndo amekuja akakwambia. So ama umeambiwa we usiende kuambiana, cause it can hurt that person. So if you have been trusted, pia wewe mtrust na umrespect, na mkika hivyo, you will make a better tomorrow.
Thank you. Miriam?
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Miriam Wanjiko Maina, and I'm 15 years old, and I study in Nyeri County at a school called St. Teresa Moikuja Secondary School, the Greats. So my opinion is that those people in authority, they should treat their children and the vulnerable adults, because hapa hivi so children peke yake wanaweza kuwa sexually harassed. Even those adults who are vulnerable, they can also be harassed. So those people in authority, they should respect them, and show them love and dignity. They should not, as in, so mtu anakuja kureport na mwambia no hakuna kitu kaya, wewe ndio ulikuwa unataka, yani you see, they have to respect them, and trust them.
All right. Thank you. The question was, what needs to be done as an action plan towards all these issues around sexual exploitation?
According to me, I could say that it is always good to report the case to people who you trust and believe, mostly who you are familiar with. And in such cases, it is nice to report to families or close friends or family friends, in which may help you in such cases, and also confidential and also have confidence and never fear anyone who you are reporting this case to.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And could I ask a question?
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Okay, let's say this quad pro quo situation in which one is favored an opportunity, a great opportunity, so that he, in return, he can, let's say, such as a manager, offers employee a promotion in which he might also increase his daily salary, and then, in return, that person must engage in sexual activities or have sex with him, in which that when he denies, he might get fired, or even he might get decreased in his daily salary.
How to go about it?
How can you go about that case?
So the question is, there's someone wants a sexual favor in return of a salary rise, right?
Yeah.
And so if you refuse, then what happens? So I think, Eva, as we do our final remark, you can respond to that. It's a bit of learning to say no, but there are consequences of saying no, even as an adult.
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that is something that really happens. And it's not just at the workspace, it's also in schools. When you want your grades to be higher, it happens a lot in different places. And it just goes back to, what are our values? Yeah, what are our values? Who are we? It goes back to, is this normal? It goes back to, can I say no? And by the time you're able to say no, it means that you already are rooted in who you are, in your self-worth, in your self-efficacy, to know that you are more than that sexual favor. Yeah? There's a mom who said somewhere that the child said, trust me. Isn't it? There's one of the mothers who said, trust me, mom. Trust how you have brought me up. Yeah? I think it has a lot to do with how you are brought up, the values that you hold, yeah? it is not going to be easy. Of course, it can be very lucrative, but it is when you ask yourself, is this normal? Can I say yes? Can I say no? And think about 5 years from now, what is that going to look like if you are able to do that? Yeah? What does that look like? Will that person still be working there? And if that person is not there, what about the next person? What about your self-efficacy? I think that's very important. And that's why it's so important for us as parents to have something that we are rooted upon when we are bringing up our children. Because if we are going to bring up our children just like that, we don't have the rail guards that we can hold on to and say, we are falling, I need to get back. There's something to support you. And our rail guards, as parents, being very intentional, we must be able to identify what are our virtues, what is it that we want of our children, how deep do we want their roots to go down, so that when they're in a situation like this where they encounter such proposals, they can actually be able to say, no, I am enough. So we have a lot of work, but for our young people, it's actually easier now because they have the self-efficacy that is being brought up by their parents. We are hoping that that will happen. Okay?
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, you have a question?
I have another answer to John's question. It's dilemma because, let's say, for example, the person has told you, I have a quite high amount of money, but I need to, that person should be sexually exploited. Then, after that, he or she will receive the amount of money. So, it's a dilemma because you don't know which one you're going to choose, because if you really need the money, but cannot even be sexually exploited. So the good thing you should do there, you should just fall on the right. You do the right thing. If you need the money, but if you really need the money, you should not accept it, because the way you receive the money, it's not quite well, because being sexually exploited may even lead to diseases. So me, I would just say you fall to the right.
Okay.
Yes, another thing I would say, in this whole section that we have undergone through, it's all about boundaries. Ukikuwa na boundaries, kuna vitu wezi fanya. Sasa kama huyu akiwa na boundary yake na mimi niko na yangu, there is no day ati yeye atakuja anifanyie kitu mbaya ama mimi nimfanyie kitu mbaya. So it's all about boundaries.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to
And also, just to add to you, make sure it is reported. It's always important to report that.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
And finally, organizations and institutions are required to develop safeguarding policies and safeguard staff.
Okay.
And one thing that they safeguard is sexual relationships that have a power imbalance. Like for instance, a manager and an officer, or an officer and an intern, a manager and an intern. Unaona hapo kutakuwa na power imbalance. Sababu kama ni intern haizi negotiate adequately na manager, kwa sababu ataona atafutwa job. Ama atapewa job ama atakuwa demoted. So relations like that will be against the safeguarding policy your organization. And now if you're in that situation, you can use the safeguarding policy to report that particular stuff. Na ukiangalia online utaona pia kuna organizations mingi, kuna watu wamefutwa ma jobs juu ya vitu kama hizo.
Thank you very much to our panelists, James, Marianne, Victoria, Peter, Ronnie, Ivan, Nyoike, and Victor. Thank you Victor, right? John. Thank you very much for your valuable time, for sharing with us insights. And I hope we've learned a thing or two this afternoon, right? About learning to speak up, about learning to say no. That no is still an answer, and also just getting in the power and being empowered as either an adult or as a child. There are no boundaries when it comes to empowerment. So thank you very much. We shall do a small stretch. I know we've been seated for so long, so please let's be upstanding and just stretch a little bit. Stretch. Right, I think we can put some music as you're stretching. Eva, would you want us to lead us in the stretching session? You've done the So in short, it's a short mini break. You can go to the washroom, get to know your neighbor, get a cup of tea as we move to the next session.
Such a case, I'd immediately run to the village chief.
He, mi nitakimbia.
Ama mabari kidogo zinaweza pita hapo.
Hata karate na njoo. He, kumbe si jokes. Unajua, mtu akiwa home, especially time ya holiday, utatumwa na pia lazima usaidiane, si kukaa tu. So nikachukua tu vitabu tenye dada alikuwa amenirequest nimpeleke shule yao. Nikipanda mlima nikapatana na Joji. Akaofa kunisaidia kubeba bag. Ilikuwa na vitabu ndani. Time ya kurudi tukikaribia home, akaofa kunipeleka lunch kwao. Nikamwambia haiwezekani kwa sababu niko na kazi mob home. Akataka kuniingiza kwao cha lazima. Nikamkataza, lakini wapi. Wacha ni scream. Makazins wangu na majirani wengine ndo walikuja kunisaidia. Kwa historia Lea alikataa kuingia kwa wenyewe. So I think ni kukataa kuingia kwa wenyewe tu fua.
Ni space yangu. Na kwa hii space yangu naweza laona nani yako ndani na anafanya nini.
Communicating and explaining my preferences to anyone who walk into my life.
Ni emotional limits and physical barriers.
Ni kama venye boma iko na fence. Hiyo fence inasaidia kumark territory yangu. Hiyo ndio boundary. By being very clear about what I'm okay with and openly coming out when someone is not treating me right.
Naweza sema, mimi nitakimbia ama ni stream kama Lea.
I communicate openly and clearly kuhusu situation yangu.
By saying no with power.
I create a boundary by stating it firmly and making sure that people know I mean it.
Unafaa kujua the things you're comfortable with. Kina mom, dad, uncle na my friends.
My family, close friends, hawa wako tu sawa.
Ayakula. Lakini naweza kubali tu family friends.
No one. Not even that's Georgie. People in our trust, like my uncle, my sis, my dad.
Hai bwana, with such a case I'd immediately run to the village chief.
Nitaenda kwa best friend wangu ama wazazi wangu.
Itabidi mbani mendili nayo. Mimi tu nitajinyamazia. Ndio mimi msembigi hivi naweza jikosa kujitetea, unaona?
I talk to my big sister.
I'd warn them and then go to the village chief.
Nitamhepa tu na akinsist nitamreport kwa wazazi wangu ama kwa an adult.
Mimi nitadinao kimwanaume, tani jinyamazia.
Mimi nitascream, nilie, nikugware, yote hata karatina njoo.
Tutaletana juu. Mimi nitakupea maneno. Ama mabari kidogo zezepita hapo.
Mimi nitakimbia. Wewe, I will just run away kama Lea. Mimi itabidi majirani waniokoe.
Hi, my name is Leah, and you just heard my story of how my boundary was broken. If something or someone makes you feel uncomfortable, first, say no. Second, walk away. And lastly, if they persist, tell your trusted friend, parent, or guardian. You can also call this toll-free number on the screen or SMS the word Ongea to 20264.
I don't know you. Why are you touching me?
Change direction.
Mimi nitatoka mbio, just amebeba silaha gani, inaweza kuwa kisu, mbao, anything that can harm me.
If you're going to be followed by this stranger, you should change up your schedule. If you're going home at 4:30 today, tomorrow don't go home at 4:30. This will put off this person.
Hiyo mimi na block.
It's a no-brainer. You just have to block and report this person.
Yeah, because there usually so many.
Kama kuna kitu mimi napenda, social media. I'm on Instagram, I'm on TikTok, I'm on X, Facebook just a little bit. Now let me tell you. One time, I'm scrolling on my Instagram, and then I get someone I don't know. He's texting me every single day, without fail. I blocked him, I've reported his page, I've done the necessary.
If someone is disturbing you on your phone, block and report.
Extra classes.
You must make sure that you've told your peers so that you may know this predator who is amongst you. What do you feel?
I mean, I report kwa teacher ama principal mimi.
I'll make sure I've let everyone know. Kila mtu anajua what you are. You.
Nilikuwa nimetoka shughuli za mamtao. So mimi nimeingia nganya. Madam fulani kakam kaketi kando yangu. Umekuwa ukienda gym? Wewe si ni handsome. Mimi naanza kushangaa madhani ambia nini. Mimi kwenda kulipa. Usikia ni alipia fare. Mimi nikamshobana iwezi. Mimi na feel uncomfortable.
Mimi na feel ni kama naweza kubali tu alipe, alafu nimpatie namba ya exhauster. Namba ya ofisi.
Akikupatia, umpatie namba, alafu akupigia hapo on the spot.
Itabidi umekuwa creative hapo.
Honestly, you shouldn't entertain that. Kila mtu akona kwao, kaa kwenu.
Mimi naona kuconfront like head on. Unataka nini? Unashinda ukikuja kwetu. Sikona kwako.
Tunamflexia kiasi.
This is blood. When you're making suggestive comments, what kind of portraying to other people? That's just weird.
But also inaweza raise like self-esteem issue to the other relative mwenye hajaambiwa hivi.
There is no catch to this, eh? So if they're free.
But what if in a scenario there's a catch? We anaweza kupeleka kwa bush. Report. Actually kutolerate gifts.
Boda mgani za pemse free gifts. Aya watu kwa stingy mbaya.
If someone is like really close to me, like people that I trust, so that's fine, but I don't know you. Why are you touching me? Because I'm not touching you. Right?
You need to establish boundaries. Hata kama ni mtu umezoeana, it gets to a point that you really have to express yourself and say, this is too much. You lazima uko na consent, si kuja tu kunishika tu venye unajisikia.
Are any of these stories normal or familiar? If something or someone makes you feel uncomfortable, first, say no. Second, walk away. And lastly, if they persist, tell your trusted friend, parent, or guardian. You can also call this toll-free number on the screen or SMS the word ongea to 20264.
Najiangalia kwa mirror na feel confident. Najua my sister and my best friend wanini encourage to najiangalia kwa mirror na feel confident. Najua my sister and my best friend wanini encourage to speak up more often na kujiaminia. So I feel nice. Hi, my name is Annette. I'm 16 years old and today I have a story to share with you. So there's this day I went to unhang the clothes from the line because it was about to rain and I couldn't get them rained on again. So when I left, I had shut the door, but when I came back, the door was wide open. So in my head, I'm worried because I don't know if anything's been stolen. I don't know if it's safe to even go inside. But when I went inside, I find our neighbor's son seated on the couch. Amekadia ameinua tumiko hivi. So I asked him what he wanted and he was like, "Well, relax." Because, you know, at times when my brother is around, he'd come to our place and just chill around. I was okay with it. I was used to it. But now no one was home. It was just me. So I just left him do his business. But now after some time, he comes to me and he was watching some dirty videos. He comes to me and he's like, "I want us to try this." I said no, but he still insisted. So I had to scream. I screamed so loud that the neighbors, they came to help me. So after some time, my parents came back home. So we went to the chief. My parents, the chief, his parents are also there. So looking at it now, I realize how much of a scary situation that will be, because for me, I'm not someone who's used to just showing up to people's places, so I'd expect the same thing to be reciprocated. But for him, he just showed up to our place unannounced, and at the same time, I was just home alone. It was all so scary. So after some time, things toned down a bit, but going back to school, now it was a talk. It was a talk of the town. And people kept talking about it. Everyone had their own version of the story. But looking at it right now, I realize that it's actually very important for you to speak up when you know something is going wrong. And you should actually believe in yourself if you feel like things aren't, whatever is happening around you, if it's not going the way you're used to, you should speak up.
If something or someone makes you feel uncomfortable, first, say no. Second, walk away. And lastly, if they persist, tell your trusted friend, parent, or guardian. You can also call this toll-free number on the screen or SMS the word ongea to 20264.
Nikijiangalia kwa kioo siku hizi, I feel confident. I see a smart, courageous young man with a bright future. The courage that I had to stand up against what I considered not right. Mimi naitwa Ronin. I am 17 years old na I have a story to share with you. Unaona mimi, nataka nikuwe grand architect, nijenge hizo nyumba mrefu zenye miwana Nairobi. Lakini, nilikuwa na fail exams za chemistry nikiwa high school. Sasa usiku moja nikiwa preps, nikifanya revision ya mock zilikuwa zinakuja. Nikasikia announcement ikifanywa ati, mwalimu wa chemistry ananitafuta, Mr. Okoth. Nikashangaa nimekosea ama. So nikaenda staff room, yani staff room. Nikampata ameketi kwa desk yake, ana mark vitabu. Akaniuliza, mbona ufail chemistry kila saa? Mi sikumjibu juu, mi utry but chemistry iko inaingia. So alinipea offer. Akaniambia anataka kunipatia extra classes eti ndio nipite mock exams. Mi nilifurahi nikasema, sawa. But he started asking for something in return. Alinishika mkono, akaniambia venye mimi ni handsome, vile he's interested, and vile tunaweza kuwa great friends if I can keep a secret. Si nilishtuka. Nikashangaa saa hizi ni gani? Nikamwambia, I am not interested. Na tangu hiyo day, nimeishi kufail chemistry exams. Hata exams zikuwe rahisi aje. Hiyo experience ilifanya ni feel awkward, ilifanya ni feel powerless, because yeye ni mwalimu wangu and I'm just but a student. I am really grateful for my parents. They noticed when things were wrong, and that's how they intervened.
If something or someone
going to introduce herself, tell us what she does. If you feel that we've met your expectations today as a participant. All right. So tell us your name, please.
Hi, my name is Nelly Kibet. I work for Mennonite Central Committee as the Safeguarding Focal Point, Kenya, Tanzania. So you can take us through those expectations. Yes, there are several here, and mine was that one, to learn best practices in Pseah, but I've learned more than that, especially from a teen and young adult perspective, and I really appreciate, and specifically also for the parents who were able to share the practices. Yeah. Specifically, I learned a lot from a personal perspective as a parent, because I realized that I'm one of those who honestly judge. Unasema hivi, I already have an answer and a trillion questions, and the why. So it was also a wake-up call for myself. And also from an organization point of view, Mennonite Central Committee, we have partners in Kenya, Tanzania, supporting relief, development, and peace. And specifically for today, we have schools that we support. And so that means also looking at how best do we ensure that our programs are responsive to their needs and getting them heard, have their voices heard. Yeah.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to, again, Nelly. The second question, please. In one word, what comes to mind when you think of teenage safeguarding? Who would want to take that? A volunteer? Before I pick you, in one word, what comes to mind when you think of teenage safeguarding? We had 30 responses. This table, gentlemen, please come. Please come forward. And you represent the team. You'll say your name and you just tell us from your perspective if you feel these answers are what we have been discussing today.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ishmael Ochola. I work with Church World Service. And coming to the question, what comes to my mind when I think of teenage safeguarding, it's basically protection. Protection from physical harm, emotional harm, and all these other elements of life. Yeah.
Round of applause to him. Is he correct? Right? When you talk about these issues about vulnerability, learner network, about abuse-free, protecting their safety required, and I want to believe we've addressed all that in our panel discussion. The next question. Oh, that's it. Okay. I'd like to get just some reactions as we move to the two keynote speakers, and I'll move to this table that was taking pictures. What are your reactions in the panel discussion? And I'll start with you, kindly. Please tell us your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Fulgence Monyalo. I work with Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, Commission for Education. Again, the question is, sorry, I wasn't. Yes, one, I would like to thank Akili for the invitation that they did. I must say that previously we have worked with Akili, we have done some things together, but this one, they have nailed it, especially currently we are having schools which are comprehensive schools, and we have a class of teenagers, and I'm happy we have Ron here. They are saying they're seniors, and you know, with that and the preteens, at times it's difficult to pick up on the topics, but with such videos, it's just perfect. So I'm excited to be here, and since it's my area on safeguarding, I'm happy, and I think we'll continue collaborating with Akili. Thank you.
Before I move to our Gen Z, anyone who'd like to give a reaction on how the panel discussion was? Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Waboi Moremi. I'm the co-founder and executive director of Youth Educated. Maybe just to reiterate something that Eva had actually mentioned, I think a lot of the, when I had people asking questions, when people were responding to as a parent, how are you dealing with everything? I think the curse of especially urban families is how much we've really secluded ourselves from community as a whole, and we're just speaking with Nelly about it. You don't need to have answers to everything because you're not God, so you can't. But you can have someone else in your community who will have those answers. You can have someone else in your community who your kids, your teenagers can go to. So while there are predators in the communities, there are also really good people that, you know, we can create those communities for our children. So I think that was just my takeaway. We don't need to have all the answers. My parents never had all the answers. My mother will never talk to me about sex, but my dad bored me to death about it. But, you know, they worked. You know, that's how they worked. So if it's not in the home, in the nuclear form as it is, please just be keen on creating that community, not just for yourself as a parent, but for your children as well.
That's a very important point, the spirit of Ubuntu, you know. And because I think in this day and age, and with the apartment age and the concrete jungle, we all go home, stay secluded in our houses, we don't mingle, you know. Churches, we don't go to church, we don't have those socialization circles. So please, in the spirit of Ubuntu, let's have all those, the whole ideal of Nyumba Kumi, right? You know, when we come together and make sure that we just learn from each other and share with others without judging. Without judging. Final remark, anyone who would like to just give us a key takeaway?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charles Mudoi from Adept Advisory. And also I commend the teenagers. Good job, good job. Good job, because you're part and parcel of the discussion. Some of us at that age never had the opportunity. So comments. So the panel was pretty good, and also that issue of collective parenting is very, very important. And I wish there was Q&A, but I don't know if that will be allowed. But also we need to look at, I would also like us to look at it holistically, from both the parent side and also when it comes to dispute resolution. The reason I'm saying that is because some of us are involved in mediating such cases. And if you remember, there's a time when there was a case whereby there's a man who was sentenced life imprisonment for defiling the daughter, but it was false. It was a false accusation. So imagine he spent 8 years in jail only to be released afterwards. So it brings the question of how do we screen the cases that are also coming up from the victims and also other parties as well. Yeah, otherwise, thank you so much, and good job, Akili. Keep it up.
So I have been told we shall do a Q&A after the two keynote speakers, and we shall address that to the different relevant stakeholders here. Let me take one final remark, then we move to the two keynote speakers.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Gladys Mwangi. I work for Micah 68 in partnership with World Renew. And our core work is to work with communities to create safe spaces that we call youth running clubs. We teach all the things that we've been talking about here to equip young people with skills and the confidence to face their lives. We are no longer calling them future leaders. They are leaders even in the current moment. They are the leaders in their lives. I'm very excited about the conversations that have gone out today. They are very central to the work that we do, and have been interacting with teens in the course of our work. And one of the issues that has really come out is the issue of trusted adults. We have had responses from young people saying, my trusted adult is my boyfriend, or this boda guy who shows a lot of compassion, a lot of mercy, a lot of support. When I have a problem, I can explain anything to them, and they will take care of my needs. They will buy sanitary pads for me. They will escort me or give me a lift to school. So this issue of trusted adults is another unsafe, a potential unsafe space that our young people could be leading to. And it is important that we have conversations that will make them probably understand what are the characteristics of a trusted adult. Someone who is giving you gifts outside your home or away in a secret way. If they want to bring you sanitary pads, are they supposed to do? Which channel are they supposed to use? Is your parents not giving gifts outside the channels that are responsible for the upbringing of teens? So it's good that if someone has got an opportunity just to head a conversation about trusted adults, so that we don't open another window of young people getting into unsafe hands. Thank you so much.
And our next session will be addressing that from a legal perspective on how to handle such cases, one of them being trusted adults. And we have a QR code here, mainly to get the post feedback. I think we can do this after the sessions, so we can move to our two keynote speakers. Right now, I'd like to bring to the stage Marriott, who's going to be sharing with us the legal framework around handling such prevention, sexual exploitation, and abuse for teenagers. A round of applause as we welcome Marriott to the stage. Thank you. And it can be as interactive as possible, okay? So if you have any questions that you want to address, please feel free to ask. Welcome, Marriott.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Marriott Wangoi. Kindly note the spelling. I love my name quite much. Yes. As our moderator has introduced me, I sit at the NCAJ Secretariat, that is the National Council on Administration of Justice. And in the council, we have a department called the Vulnerable Groups Department, where I head. And in that department, we have two committees. One committee is known as the NCAJ Standing Committee on the Administration and Access to Justice for Children, and the other committee is on review of laws on sexual offenses and gender-based violence in Kenya. So before I get into my speech, my purpose here is to be as informative as possible and also learn from the conversations that are going on. And I want to know how many have heard of NCAJ first. The National Council on Administration of Justice. Very few hands. What about a CUC? Court User Committee. Thank you, sir. I've seen your hand shoot up. So there is an attempt in the justice system, and I'm here representing the justice system because the NCAJ consists of 42 member agencies, both the state and non-state. In simple terms, the stages from court, not even from court, at first response at the police station to the last step after you go through the court system and rehabilitation, probation stage happens afterwards. So all agencies involved in that justice chain link, I can call it that, are members of the NCAJ, from the prosecutor, the magistrate, the children officer, the chiefs. Chiefs are members of Court Users Committee. So I want to explain how NCAJ works. We have 4 aspects. The first aspect is the council itself, which is headed by the chairperson, who is the Chief Justice of Kenya, and the vice chairperson of the council is the Director of Public Prosecution. And the membership goes on like that, from the Commissioner General of Prisons to CSO organizations like Equality Now, LRF, who are part of justice sector partnerships that happen at NCAJ. So that is one aspect. At the bottom, we have the Court Users Committee. That is the grassroots level, where the membership entails of the magistrates, the head of station for each law court in Kenya has, every magistrate court of Kenya has a head of station who is the magistrate in charge of that station. So A court user committee has the magistrate of that station, the OCS of that area, the children officer allocated the counties and sub-counties in that area. So it is a space, a committee where all these justice actors meet and speak on different issues. So there are specialized CUCs, that is court users committees. There's the children court user committees, and since there have been establishments of new courts, the SGBV courts, there is the SGBV CUC. That is the second aspect. The third aspect is the secretariat that I sit in that connects the, let me finish with that one. So the third aspect is the working committees that I've just mentioned. One is the children committee and the other is the SGBV committee. So those are the policy makers and the ones who get in touch with the grassroots and develop policies and legal reforms that is cascaded down the system to the court users committees to implement. So that is our system. And I sit at the secretariat, which is the fourth aspect that is able to connect all these other three aspects. So up to that point, I hope we have understood the working of the NCAJ. And I'm really glad to see a couple of members who have been able to work with World Vision is here, Amnesty International. So with that, allow me to dive into my speech. I have been sent here by the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Children, who is Honorable Lady Justice Teresia Mateka. She is a judge of the High Court and also serves as the chairperson of the committee. So I act as the secretary of both committees. So here I go. So I've already introduced NCAJ, but allow me to just read through it. The NCAJ is chaired by the Chief Justice of Kenya and serves as a high-level body mandated to coordinate reforms and ensure a just, efficient, and consultative approach to justice delivery in our country. Through its Standing Committee on Administration of Justice for Children, the NCAJ is committed to promoting not only fair treatment of children within the justice sector, but also to creating environments where young people are empowered, informed, and protected. A few statistics here. As we gather here, we recognize that sexual exploitation and abuse is not just an emerging issue, it is a grave crime that threatens the safety and well-being of the nation's children and also adults. Sexual and gender-based violence is a serious violation of human rights that denies the human dignity of the individual and hurts human development. The vast majority of victims of SGBV are women and children. So the NCAJ task force, this is a task force that was before the Standing Committee on Children that I serve in right now. This was 3 years ago. That was when the task force ended and the Standing Committee took its place. So towards the end of their term, they developed the status report on children in the justice system. And it showed that 60% of children matters handled by the police and the judiciary are related to sexual offenses, whilst 20% of children matters handled by the police and the judiciary are related to sexual offense. 20% of children in need of care and protection, 20% of children in need of care and protection have gone through sexual offenses. And so today, we focus on an objective that lies at the heart of child-centered justice, that is empowering young people to understand their rights, set personal boundaries, and navigate their relationships and surrounding with the confidence and safety. This is not just a protective measure. It is a foundational step in raising a generation that is self-aware, resilient, and informed. In line with this vision, the Children Act 2022 represents a significant milestone. Through the committee, It was developed through inclusive and participatory processes that involved state and non-state actors, and most importantly, children. The Act affirms the principle of child participation and recognizes children's agency in decisions that affect them. It sets a clear mandate for protecting children from abuse, exploitation, and harassment, whether offline or online, and strengthens the legal framework for ensuring safe learning and social environments. In response to increasing risks of online child sexual exploitation and abuse, the committee has worked with partners, and allow me at this juncture to thank UNICEF, who have been a great partner at NCAJ and in supporting the welfare of children. Through their support, we were able to come up with a training handbook for the justice sector. It is called the Training Handbook on Investigation and Prosecution of Online Child Sexual Exploitation and Abuse. This handbook, it's a comprehensive resource that equips our justice actors with necessary tools and insights to effectively combat Pseah, that is the online child sexual exploitation and abuse, and deliver justice to its victims and survivors. The handbook is available online. If you can just type that header, the Training Handbook on Investigation and Prosecution of Pseah, you will find it, and also at the NCAJ website. So, in line with our coordination mandate, the committee has been able to resource mobilize and train TOTs, those are trainers of trainers, and roll out the handbook. So we've been able to reach 85 CUC members, that is in Kisumu, Bungoma, and Pseah. Those were handpicked because of the rampant cases of sexual offenses. And we were also able to train 60 LSK members, 20 magistrates, 70 prosecutors, and 96 police officers on how to handle these matters. You will ask why we stopped there, but it's because of a funding issue. It is a common challenge amongst the states, and this is a request to our partners to offer your support where we can be able to impact the justice actors and have them know how to handle children in general, not only in these matters of sexual offenses. Legal empowerment and peer empowerment, it starts with awareness. Unfortunately, many children face the justice system without adequate support during early interactions, especially at the point of arrest or questioning. The current Children Act mandates that there be a children officer at the point of arrest. Again, this is a challenge because we have few children officers, and the challenge there is because of funding. Expanding access to timely and child-friendly legal aid, particularly for vulnerable children and those with special needs, helps prevent unnecessary disruption to education, which is something that is forgotten in the justice system. You are engaging these children for matters in court, yet they're supposed to continue online, even if they're a victim or a complainant. A victim or an offender in these cases. We really need to check and remember that they are still needed to be in school. Safeguard their dignity and rights. So to support this, we continue to promote legal literacy and peer-to-peer learning through initiatives like Akili Watoto clubs in law schools. I don't know how many have heard of the Akili Watoto clubs. Yes, this is an initiative by the committee that started in 2022. The clubs were launched by the Chief Justice in Strathmore University in 2022. And so this exists in the different law chapters in the country, the schools that have law school. And these students, I I want to attest that one of the alumni I work with who was able to connect me to Akili Kids. We have one alumni at Amnesty International. Shout out. Yes, so this is a generation of young kids that have been able to come in with passion for children matters and peer-to-peer empowerment. And so the engagements in the different schools have been quite impactful because they are able to talk to children one-on-one. So their engagements in outreach, education, and rights awareness campaigns ensures that the message about consent, boundaries, and safe relationships reach young people where they are in schools, communities, and online. Another plea to our partners, if you're able to identify a club in one of these law schools, kindly support these young kids. They're really trying to do their work as early as now. Beyond justice responses, our work must also be proactive. And I think this is one juncture I have to commend Akili Kids and Akili TV for bringing us all here together with a different perspective, different points of view, even engaging the children. And as we continue to strengthen the justice system for children, I want to recognize and uplift the indispensable role played by civil society organizations and development partners. These actors are often the first responders in child protection. There is a matter already in court on the Butere girls situation. I'd like to commend Amnesty International because they've already given a statement on the same. So as a committee, I want to say that we are working on one. So their work bridges the gap between formal justice institutions and everyday realities of the children, because they are able to reach without, what can I say? I'm looking for the word. Without, there's no blockage, in simple terms. They're able to maneuver and reach the kids where they are. Ultimately, child protection is not the mandate of any one institution. It is a shared responsibility. Families, schools, communities, religious leaders, government agencies, development partners, and civil societies must all work together to coordinate a child-centered approach to all these matters. And as we reflect on today's discussion, let us reaffirm our collective commitment to building a system that empowers children with knowledge, agency, and voice. And let us create a safe space for children, both in law and in practice, where children can grow, learn, and form relationships free from exploitation and harm. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Now today we have learnt about CUCs, court users committees, right? So more of acting as a bridge between the judiciary and the legal framework. Anyone who has a question, especially on how we handle legal issues around that? Anyone? All right, so allow me to call upon our UNICEF representative to kindly give us his presentation. Sami Chale, he's a child protection officer at UNICEF Kenya, and perhaps he's going to be telling us more around the area about protection. Welcome.
Good afternoon. How are you? You're well? I'm Chale Sami. I work for UNICEF Kenya Country Office as a child protection officer. And I stand here on behalf of my Chief of Section, Erimata Suzuki, just to speak a little bit about the work that we do and even the areas where we can collaborate together. First of all, I must appreciate World Relief and even Akili for this specific forum. I first encountered some work with Akili when I was working on my project for online safety of the children. I skimmed through their videos and found very important material that they had created. Materials on cyberbullying, materials on sextortion, and very, very many videos. So I had actually to reach to them to ask them whether I can be able to use them for the work that we are doing to support the Ministry of Education to reach the thousands of children in Kenya. So, like very many other organizations who have developed, who had actually a closed hand, I think Akili, they were very open and said, UNICEF, you can proceed and use them for free. We had reached to very many organizations which we saw some beautiful materials, but most of them are closed sources. Most of them would say, please pay cash. Some would say, can we collaborate or can we do the project for you? But here again, I think it is worthy for us actually to acknowledge and applaud Akili for that great work you're doing. So coming to this subject that we are discussing today, which is Pseah. We as experts, I think we need actually also to come clear what Pseah means. If I say Pseah in UNICEF, what does it mean for me? What is Pseah in Amnesty International? And what is Pseah in Akili Kids? Secondly, a word like safeguarding, what does it mean to our young people at the ground and those CBOs that are explaining? What's the difference between safeguarding and protection? Are we using them interchangeably? So that's something I think we should continue to reflect as we continue to disseminate this information for use down there. This agenda of Pseah and child protection in totality, we have actually begun with the government of Kenya from a very long period of time. But I want to take you back to 2019 where we did our violence against children survey. And the statistics showed at least 45.9% of the female children had encountered child violence. And at least 56.1% of our male children have encountered what? Both physical, psychological, and what? Sexual abuse. So in one way, when sexual abuse happens, it might relate to what? Physical abuse. It might also in a way also relate and come to psychological what? Abuse. So they play in one way or the other. We talk about online violence or online child sexual exploitation or abuse. But it doesn't only happen there. Sometimes it begins online and it comes to offline. Sometimes it begins offline and come to what? Online. So these are the dynamics that we are all supposed actually to have an eye on to ensure that we support our children. So UNICEF has undertaken quite a number of projects. And I want to remind you that UNICEF is an intergovernmental organization mandated by the United Nations General Assembly to support governments. So majority of the work that we do is actually to support the government. But we also take a good chunk of the resources available to private organizations and non-governmental organizations to ensure that they continue to support the work of protecting our children. So in this case, we have worked on the national plans to ensure that we protect our children. And one of the plan is the National Prevention and Response Plan, which came to an end last year in June 2024. But there are some aspects which we are still continuing to ensure that we protect our children. Together with the partners in Kenya, we have also been able to support what we call the National Plan of Action to address online child sexual exploitation and abuse. So this is a plan, and it is like the Bible that helps us actually to support the programs that we implement in Kenya. My sister Marioth has also spoken about the training handbook which we've worked together. And at some point, I think she has also been able to explain that we have a difficulty in terms of disseminating that book or training more people because of resources. When you look at the physical trainings that we continue to do, they are very, very expensive. At one point, we thought, how then can we be able to turn this book to an e-what learning material in such a way that we can be able to reach as many as possible? We have Akili Kids today. Why can't they be able to take just a chapter, the most impactful, and turn it to a very simple video, maybe 5 to 10 minutes, to support in the dissemination? So I think we should be actually open-minded and use the technology that we have to support the work that we have. Today we are speaking about the donor cards across the globe. And we need to think better and think smarter so that we can reach our vulnerable communities. We saw Trump took away his money. When Trump went away, most of the other donors followed what? Suit. So then Africa has to stand on its own. And one thing as an expert, sit there, you must be able to think better to ensure that our children are protected. Otherwise, we are going to struggle. I want also to mention something called positive parenting, which is one of the major programs that UNICEF has supported the Directorate of Social Development. And a majority of you can acknowledge when the discussions were happening, many fingers were being pointed to the what? To the parent. Some were being blamed for being so reactive. But then it is a responsibility for them actually to do what? To trust their children, build positive relationships, and ensure they handhold their children to that responsible child. So we have this particular given program, and we have actually been able to roll it out to 8 counties together with the government of Kenya. And certainly we are moving ahead actually to support it. But at the same time, I see opportunities in these for Akili actually also to push the same. Other organizations can also be able to chip in to see how best do we complement our efforts, right? Because none of us can do it alone, not even the government itself. The other point that I also wanted to mention, there is something we call climate care nexus and anticipatory actions. Many times, sexual exploitation and abuse happen in the humanitarian setups. And I want to give an example of those marginalized areas in the north and eastern, where people do what? Sell sex for what? For food. All right? So that is an area that UNICEF has actually been able to invest. And this anticipatory action that we are taking right now is to ensure that we can be able to see the future by doing some assessments. For instance, if it's drought that is coming, for instance, if it is floods that are coming, are we able to foretell that something is going to happen in future? How best do we then come in to ensure that we plan ahead of that disaster to protect our children? Again, that's an opportunity for all of us actually to think through technology and the abilities and synergies to ensure that we protect our children. Don't forget that we have what we call child online protection. We have done some studies. One, we refer to it as disrupting harm study, which was done in 2021. We also did another study which is the secondary analysis of the same study in 2024. All those documents are actually evidence to show how much our children are engaged in Pseah. Right? So that as we continue to do our programming, we do it on an informed point of view. Because as much as we can say that we have Pseah, we should be able to understand the situational analysis. We should be able to project the trends in the next 2 or 3 years. We should be able to track where we are and where we are going. So the evidence generation is a very key and very important point. But I also see a point whereby some of these materials are not known by majority of us. How many have heard disrupting harm study in this room? It's only 2 or 3, all right? Again, the same way I struggle to get my remote with my child in my house, because of Akili, I see an opportunity that they can take that document, synthesize it, pick a few elements, and put them on the screen. I want to end there because time is not on our end. We have actually been informed that this event is ending at 12. So thank you so much, and God bless you so much.
A round of applause to Sami Chale, Child Protection Officer. I forgot to introduce myself properly. My name is Ruth Munyi. I'm a gender affairs and child journalist at Nation Media Group, and I have received training from UNICEF on child protection, so I can clearly tell on ground they are doing a magnificent job, and this will be a great collaboration with Akili Kids. You know, for those who love cartoons like me, I don't know how many of you still watch cartoons. Ah, you're still young at heart, okay? So it's something I feel all of us can still consume. And we have a QR code here, kindly. I'll request you once again to please just get your phone and scan that QR code. I'll read for you the code again, how you can log into Mentimeter. It's 18 24 77 33. 18 24 77 33. And once you log in onto that QR code, we shall it's going to be asking you, right, that is basically feedback on how the videos were regarding teenage safeguarding, and you can share your feedback there. But the most important part is how we can collaborate as Akili Kids together with our partners here in the room in just ensuring that we understand. There's one who has said not informative. I'd like to know how. One, slightly informative, moderately informative, very informative, extremely informative. I do hope we shall also get to know, if it's not informative, how we can improve on those videos, because at the end of the day, it's all about getting feedback. Sorry? Oh, the placement. Okay. Ah, all right. Oh, okay. All right. Got it. Thank you. Can move to the next one. What part of the videos stood out to you the most and why? You can key in. The girls' and boys' reactions were extremely different, okay? The chemistry teacher, was that Mr. Okoth? I hope no one is called Okoth here, so that we don't vindicate you. The way they said what they will do to protect themselves, how the teens were self-aware on their rights, the understanding of the young people of the power they have, Mr. Okoth. Okay, I think we need to... Okay. Sharing of personal experiences, storytelling is very powerful, just as Eva told us, using social examples in how we are able to get some of this feedback. The setting of boundaries, I really appreciate that bit. The critical area to focus when handling children and vulnerable adults. Very powerful. Empowered teens. The conversations are a real reflection of what happens in the society. Keep them coming, keep them coming. Just a slight correction. Mr. Chale, you said the organization is World Relief. It is a World Renew. All right? Because I want to believe we have Relief Aid. We have an organization called Relief Aid, right? So our organization for today is World Renew. Then what themes would you like to see covered in the future videos? We could go to that question as well and can input your feedback. While at it, I'd like to kindly call upon Joel. Please come to the stage so that you can address to us on how they can collaborate. Our partners here, how we can collaborate with Akili Kids, as we equally invite Barbara, who's going to give a keynote speech, then head for lunch. Right. I'm told because of protocol, all right, I will need to call upon, first of all, Barbara. Are we all done filling in the QR code? Is there any other question on that? That's the last one. Okay. So allow me to call upon Barbara as she makes our... Yes, please. Yes. You could still maybe stand so that you can get to hear your question. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Okay. All right. Could we get someone from Akili Kids to please address that, Sato? Or Jeff, would you want to? Uh-huh. All right. A very good observation. And that is why we are here this morning, afternoon, so as to look for collaborative partners who will be able to aid Akili Kids in getting partners who we can have that conversation on. Yes. Uh-huh. Collaborating with them. Okay. All right. That's feedback. Yes, Eva? Yes. Yes. Mm. All right. As part of inclusion. Any other feedback before Barbara gives her keynote speech? Yes, please, our Gen Z. Yes. Abuse. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm. All right, thank you very much. Allow me to kindly just welcome our chief, one of our keynote speakers for this afternoon session. Then much later on, we are going to have our Q&A session. I know we need to have a part 2 of this. Don't you feel that? So that we can address all the nitty-gritties. It's just the first step. We shall be having this conversation as we look for collaborative partners to advance this communication. So the stage now is for Barbara Kayanja, Regional Director for World Renew East Africa. Karibu.
One of the things that I like about working at World Renew is that I get to be a participant and then switch and then I become a guest speaker. So I'm here to give a speech that wasn't supposed to be given by me because we're supposed to have a guest of honor who was going to speak, but because he couldn't be here, he asked me to come. So the morning was really very helpful because I'm a mother. And so I've been learning, I've been hearing your experiences, and in many ways I can identify with the things that you've gone through. But now I'm reading the speech that should have been read by the guest speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is truly an honor to stand before you at this significant moment, the launch of the Pseah videos for teens, an initiative dedicated to protection, awareness, and empowerment. I am Barbara Kayanja, East Africa Regional Director with World Renew. I sit in Uganda. Delivering this speech on behalf of our esteemed Chief Operations Officer, Bernard Ojwang, who would have loved to be with us today, but was called to another pressing engagement. Bernard extends his deepest gratitude to World Renew Kenya and Akili TV for their visionary effort in safeguarding and protecting our youth. Your dedication is inspiring and today marks yet another milestone in this collective mission. I also extend my heartfelt appreciation to all of you, our partners, government representatives, and stakeholders. Your presence today is more than a gesture. It is a commitment. Your tireless work in prevention and protection from sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment is invaluable. Together, we are reshaping the narrative, building a safer environment, and ensuring our youth grow protected and empowered. Safeguarding is not just a policy, it is a necessity. While children are often at the center of protection efforts, teenagers are frequently overlooked, despite being among the most vulnerable to sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment. This initiative aims to change that. By helping teens understand their personal boundaries, we equip them with tools to navigate relationships and environments with confidence and awareness. This is more than education, it is empowerment. Our youth face countless challenges, from drug abuse and cyber risks of safety concerns at home and in social spaces. They deserve more than warnings. They deserve solutions. And solutions begin with knowledge, advocacy, and action. Self-care, community engagement, and responsible mentorship are essential. All of you and your agencies represented here today play an indispensable role in this collective effort. Partnerships create impact. World Renew and Akili TV and key stakeholders have come together to launch a pioneering series of TV episodes dedicated to teenage safeguarding. These episodes do more than inform. They give teenagers a voice. They highlight their understanding of boundaries, their perceptions of sexual exploitation and abuse, their vision for a safer world. But why focus on teens? Because awareness alone is not enough. Active engagement is key. These videos address critical risk factors like drug abuse, social media exposure, and personal safety. They foster peer networks, encourage teenagers to speak up, support one another, and derive positive change within their communities. This initiative is also highlights the power of technology in innovative programming. Safeguarding efforts must meet young people where they are. And today, more than ever, that means leveraging IT to create engaging, relatable, effective platforms for youth advocacy. Safeguarding youth is not just a professional duty. It is deeply rooted in our faith and values. Proverbs 22:6 reminds us, "Train up a child in the way he should go. Even when he is old, he will not depart from it." This scripture speaks to the importance of guiding our youth, instilling in them principles of self-respect, boundaries, and resilience that will carry them through life. Furthermore, Matthew 18:6 delivers a powerful call to action. "But if anyone causes one of these little ones who believe in me to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung round their neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea." This verse reminds us that protecting the vulnerable is not optional. It is a moral obligation. Today's launch is just the beginning. Beyond unveiling these impactful videos, we have an opportunity to ignite a movement. I invite you all to consider formally establishing a Kenya or perhaps an East African community of practice on safeguarding. Imagine a platform where continuous learning, advocacy, and resource mobilization converge to ensure protection, programming, remaining inclusive, responsive, and youth-centered. In closing, I express my sincere appreciation to every organization, church, and government representative here today. Your commitment to safeguarding is a beacon of hope. Together, we are creating safe homes, schools, churches, and social spaces for teenagers. Let us stand united. Let us act with purpose. Let us ensure that every young person is protected, empowered, and heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara Kayanje, as a regional coordinator for World Renew East Africa. I hope I got that correctly. At the beginning, I mentioned I'm going to be giving you gifts. Can you remember? What was my question? For you to get a gift or for you to earn yourself a gift? Jeff?
I need to meet someone next to me and know what they do.
Okay. So have you met someone who a new person?
That's a trick question.
Okay.
Yes, I have.
Yes.
I've met James. How lucky was that? And I met Sammy. How lucky was that? And I met Sheila. So, you know.
He deserves a gift, right? So I have two gifts, two categories. I have a notebook with a pen, very executive notebook, and I have a treasure hunt. Is it a voucher or what? Ticket. So which one do you think? You're going to donate. Treasure hunt. Please select someone who we can donate the ticket to, or tickets to.
Yes, I know. I've met Victoria too. I donated to the dancer.
Okay.
And the cook.
Okay, she's a dancer.
Yes.
Ah, right. So she's going to show us some moves.
Well, I don't want to put her on the spot.
So Victoria, you earn yourself, and I think all the teenagers here earn themselves a notebook and a ticket. Round of applause to them. And we shall be gifting them formally, okay? I want to come here and ask a question. I hope you are listening. At the beginning of today's session, our CEO, Jeff, was telling us about Akili Kids. He talked about viewership and when it started and when it was formed, Akili Kids. So when was Akili Kids TV station started? Which month? 31st March 2020, is that correct? Ah, your name please? Sheila Kamau. Do we give her a treasure hunt, a ticket, or a notebook and a book and a pen, sorry? Or both? Both. All of them. Let me come to this table. let me come to this table. We had legal representation here. And she talked about CUC. What does CUC stand for? Uh-huh.
Court users, something like that. I don't know.
Court users committees.
Correct. Court users committees. A round of applause to that. Oh, what does she get? A notebook. A ticket and a notebook and a very executive pen. We have our organizers. One of our organizers, World Renew. Okay? So at times we categorize ourselves as government, you know. So where do they fall in that? Are they government, non-government? What's their forte? And I hope you're not from World Renew.
There are religious-based organization that's non-governmental.
Which religious affiliation?
Christianity.
Further to that, which one in Christianity?
I don't get you. I think it's wow. ACK.
They gotten it. ACK. You partner. So we just say faith-based organization. So what does he get? What, a pen only? Oh, come on. All of them. Okay? All right? I'll come to this table. This table, hey, this was the most vibrant table, by the way. Yeah. A round of applause to them. I don't know who has not spoken on this table. It must be this one, and this one. All the ladies actually spoke. You spoke. Did you speak? No, you gave a comment. Okay. I'm going to ask you just a very, very nice question. It's nice. Who's the CEO of Akili Kids? Full name. No, don't tell her. Don't tell him.
This one.
James, what? Jeff.
Jeff who?
Ay, jina ni ngumu. Sean.
How old is he?
72.
72 years.
Yeah.
Which table should like? All right, so for the winners, please see Ian. Please stand. You will share your name to him to get the gifts. You're a winner. But somehow I've seen a Mwakenya going around here. So the CEO of Akili Kids is Jeff Sean. And how old is he? And very fit. Could you just stand so that people see how fit you are? Could you just stretch? What's your maximum stretch?
You can do this.
Oh! Could you do press-ups?
Sure, but I'm not going to do that.
Of course not. I was about to ask you to do that. So the final call, allow me to call Joel. Because at the end of the day, we need to have an action plan, right? On how we are going to move forward with this conversation. You know, we need to get partners so that we can see how we can amplify our discussion around Pseah. I have learned 2 words today. We can look at things from a different angle on how safeguarding, you know, how do we define safeguarding? How do we define exploitation? So thank you for those nuggets of information. Thank you.
I think we are deep into the afternoon, but from the look in your faces, even if I was to say that the meeting is done, I think we can still do some 2 hours. Your faces don't look very tired. Thank you very much for the active engagement. I think we all agree, as my UNICEF brother ably put it, it is not a one person's or a one organization's initiative. We need to pull together. But this pulling together must be done systematically, must be done with our different organizational abilities and capacities, and will also require us to pull our resources together, our human capacity, as well as, without a doubt, the financial resources together. Because putting up a video like this, we did not just recruit the actors. We spent about a week in Nyeri, and we are not meeting the young people that you are seeing here today. We worked with them in the development of this content, in getting issues that are affecting the young people. And what we have done is just one. We still have like 4 others from our discussions with young people, and more that we are getting here today. So my request is, you have this form with you. You have this form with you. Please fill it up. Let us know how we engage and who we call, because sometimes we fill the room, we feel good, and then it is none of anyone's responsibility, and we leave it at Jacaranda. And Jacaranda does not need it, isn't it? So please help me fill this so that we can systematically engage you in the area that you feel most comfortable and most capacitated to share with all of us. So please fill it up. In our next, once we get this, we will put together our program on how we are going to engage. And this, as I said, is systematic because we identify and agree we have issues. And those issues must be dealt with in a way that I don't think if we were having young people, we would have done 3 hours. We would have done 10 minutes or 15, we take a break, we go do something differently, and so forth. And so even in our approach in handling the youth, we need to be very strategic in how we interact. I would want to emphasize this because I think it's one of the areas that we leave out, except when we are doing or when we are having attendance sheet, then we have people living with disability. And so for kids, it's even worse. Our culture do not appreciate them, so either we leave them at home, we hide them, and the instance or the incidents that Eva mentioned is not just one. And so let's look at ways of being intentional for the children who are abled differently. I'm glad Eva pointed out in our video we did not include sign language. We're going to ensure that is done before it's rolled out. But that is just one. There are others that we need to have a serious conversation on. So please fill it up. Do I want to collect it now, or you would promise to leave it at the desk? Thank you. Thank you very much once again for coming, and we feel honored by your presence. Thank you.
All right. Who has already filled their form? Who? There's a gift, by the way. Aye, aye. The one who raises their hand the first. Oh, all of you. Then please come forward with those forms. Yes, come forward. Come forward. All right. Let's have one line here. If you feel, come forward. If you fill your form, come forward. I'd like to have an Akili and World Renew representative to kindly pick up the forms, as we equally give them a gift. Okay? All right. Okay. Okay. So thank you very much for your call to action to collaborate with Akili Kids and World Renew. Each one of you goes home with a treasure hunt ticket. So you will see Anne Sato for that. So as I'm just telling you, continue filling in the forms because it's something good that I'm going to give you. Anyone else who wants to join the stage? We need more people. We need more people. We need more people. We need more people. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Anne Sato and Joel, you'll be having a good ride now after this. Okay? How many forms are those so far? Good. Wonderful, wonderful. Please come forward. You come forward, you get your gift. I have 30 tickets that I need to issue. So the more you come, the better for me. Awesome. Could we all kindly give these people a round of applause? Because this is their commitment that they are going to be working with Akili Kids and World Renew in amplifying prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse of children. We all need to be part of this conversation, right? And it all starts with us. It starts with me. It starts with who? Me. We have to be advocates against sexual exploitation of children. So thank you very much for coming. We have seen you now. And if you are panelists, remain on stage. The rest of you, kindly sit. It is a moment of fame. You all can attest that our panelists really did a fantastic job in disseminating information to us, right? So I'll kindly request, if you are panelists, please come forward. Amnesty International, UNICEF, even our keynote speakers, you all did a wonderful job. Our teenagers, please come forward. Our teens in the building. It takes a lot of courage, I can tell you. Many people seated here are not able to come and speak and address people as boldly as you did. So just spread. This is our future right here. And you need to safeguard them. Okay? So please, parents, as you've been told, do not judge them. Okay, judge a little, okay? Judge a little. But please listen. Listen to them and take them seriously, you know? And even as you, our teens, please also listen to your parents. Okay? Listen to them and judge them a little. Just a little, not too much. Just a little, but listen to them. Eva, thank you very much for what you're doing in the space of children with special needs. I am told now the UN calls it children with disabilities, okay? So thank you very much for addressing that and for really championing the need of inclusivity. Now we know we need to have sign language in all forms of our communication, be it video, in whatever form we need to have inclusivity. Thank you very much, James, for sharing with us what Amnesty International is doing in safeguarding children's rights. And the importance of learning to say no, that no is still an answer. Thank you very much, Charlie, for talking to us about protection and the need of having those advocacy even at the grassroots level. And thank you to all of you for sitting down from 9 o'clock till 2 p.m. and just contributing towards all this informative communication. And please, at the end of the day, let us be the first brand ambassadors against sexual exploitation, okay? So our guest, our chief guest and our CEO, let me just call you chief guest because you have made this possible together with World Renew. I think I'll call upon Barbara to please just come to the stage as well for really having this, setting up this conversation very timely and informative for all of us. I have learned a thing or two. I am in the gender space and children's space, and every day we learn something new. So thank you very much for amplifying this discussion. Please come forward as well. We shall be giving you our notebooks for today. And you can just bring for me those notebooks just to thank you for the good job that you are doing in this space. And we look forward to having you again and again. And I want to believe this is just the first of this conversation. So, yes, maybe you can present it to them. Yeah. Kevin and Sato, please come as well. Anyone else from Akili Kids? Where is Eddie? Oh, here. Our representative from World Renew, you could please also come forward. It's good to recognize the work that you have put in this and putting this all. Thank you very much. So we have some notebooks here, Eddie, that I was just telling them we need to give to our panelists. All right, you can be part of the photo. We can take one picture. So we shall give it to our panelists. Then we shall take our group photo outside because of the lighting and because of the space. So once again, just clap for yourselves, by the way. Clap for yourselves for making this possible. Even with the cloudy, with the rains, you still came here. So asanteni sana. So we can just give you the gifts, the notebooks and the pen, and we hope to see you again. And thank you very, very much, and God bless you all. And Ann Sato, you have promised you're going to have another session. Yes. God willing, very soon. We'll continue the conversation. This cannot end until we get a solution. All right. And next time, Jeff is going to tell us the trick to looking this young and fit at 72. Thank you very much. And James, please wish your son a happy birthday from all of us. Thank you very much. We shall give him a ticket as a birthday. All right. So if you got a gift, please kindly see Kevin. He's going to come and give you your gift for this evening. So I think now we go for lunch. Group photo outside. All right. We can all stand up. And I was being told by one of our facilitators, Jacqueline, that they normally do stretching sessions. You can come here, Jacqueline. Tell us how we can stretch as we go and feed our stomachs. All right. Before you leave, we have lunch vouchers. So we'll be given lunch vouchers at the exit so that you're able to get your nice meal. So Jacqueline is one of our facilitators. Just come in the middle. Just give us a 1-minute stretch.
Hi. For those who are seated, can we just stand? Yes, we have what you call the youth running clubs. And in those clubs, one of the things that has really helped our youths is exercises. We're just going to do a small one. You lift your hands up. And then you're going to stretch to the light. Sidio. So you stretch. Your toes. Make sure you touch them. And your knees straight.
No, the ground.
The ground. And out. And you stretch your hands. And then you're now going to do what you call the arm swing. The arm swing, you're going to swing them in the front. Then you move them backward. Yes. Thank you so much. You have got minimal, but space ni kidogo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm reminded if you came with your car, please ensure you get a car stamp. Right? A car stamp for you to get your validation so that you can leave the hotel, right?
Kuzi najiangalia kwa mirror na feel confident. Najua my sister and my best friend wanini encourage to speak up more often na kujiaminia. So I feel nice. Hi, my name is Annette. I'm 16 years old and today I have a story to share with you. So there's this day I went to unhang the clothes from the line because it was about to rain and I couldn't get them rained on again.
So when I left, I had shut the door, but when I came back, the door was wide open. So in my head, I'm worried because I don't know if anything's been stolen. I don't know if it's safe to even go inside. But when I went inside, I find our neighbor's son seated on the couch. Amekadia ameinua tu miguu hivi. So I asked him what he wanted, and he was like, "We're relaxed." Because, at times when my brother is around, he'd come to our place and just chill around. I was okay with it. I was used to it. But now no one was home. It was just me. So I just left him do his business. But now after some time, he comes to me and he was watching some dirty videos. He comes to me and he's like, "I want us to try this." I said no, but he still insisted. So I had to scream. I screamed so loud that the neighbors, they came to help me. So after some time, my parents came back home. So we went to the chief. My parents, the chief, his parents are also there. So looking at it now, I realize how much of a scary situation that will be, because for me, I'm not someone who's used to just showing up to people's places, so they expect the same thing to be reciprocated. But for him, he just showed up to our place unannounced, and at the same time, I was just home alone. It was all so scary. So after some time, things toned down a bit, but going back to school, now it was a talk. It was a talk of the town. And people kept talking about it. Everyone had their own version of the story. But looking at it right now, I realized that it's actually very important for you to speak up when you know something is going wrong. And you should actually believe in yourself if you feel like things aren't, whatever is happening around you, if it's not going the way you're used to, you should speak up.
If something or someone makes you feel uncomfortable, first, say no. Second, walk away. And lastly, if they persist, tell your trusted friend, parent, or guardian. You can also call this toll-free number on the screen or SMS the word Ongea to 20264.
KATV, Understanding the Mind of God.